Alright, what is up, chat? Time for more Camelot.
Hello!
Best emote. Alright. Hold on, let me turn the music down a bit. That's better. Alright, let's see if we can get to Mordred. So, chat, I saw Arknights is hiring, and unlike FGO, I'm pretty sure they're actually paying a reasonable amount of money, but they're hiring someone specifically that is good at porting video games and has knowledge of the Unity engine, which is the game Arknights is on. So they're probably trying to port Arknights to like Switch and or PC, and they already have a proper account system, so it'll be pretty smooth if they do that. But I like how they're doing that, and FGO's not. Although FGO doesn't have an account system, so they couldn't really do much with it even if they did, but you know, one step at a time. Alright, Archer and Saber, that's a little awkward. That makes Archer the best class, though. That could work. Who needs a support? That. Alright, that looks pretty good. That's fine. Although, you know what? That lowers his attack a lot, but it's okay. Is Arknights infield on Unity engine, or is that Unreal? I would expect it to be Unreal, but if it's Unity, then it could be that they're wanting to hire for that, but we'll see. I suspect they would have already done that. I'd be surprised if infield was on Unity. And fucking 2023, that's kind of an insane thing to do. Double Saber at the start. Someone's gonna have to NP this guy. Chat, here's some copium. They'll bring Guadia back for the finale of 2.0, and David and Queen of Sheba will be involved, and David will get an animation update. Rate my copium, boys. The first part isn't necessarily copium. That could happen. We'll see, though. Holy shit! What do you have against David, my guy? You could probably kill this without her first skill being active. There's only 2 waves, though. He's got his little defense up. He's not Gwen, so... I did all of that trying to get an art crit, and then we don't. Okay, we didn't kill it. How big is that defense buff? I mean, I guess it's probably like 20 or 30%, and then with no attack buffs, I guess that does make sense. Well, the good news is we can use that for NP gain, although we just made Ku lose so much fucking life. Has she never been a hit? Like, Ku had 4 hits of evade, and she's, yeah, she got hit 1 time to ping off the evade, and that's it. What a joke. About this music though. Oh yeah, Pretender would make sense for at least original Guadia. If he comes back, God knows what they're gonna do. Ku's PFA not being leveled up. I don't even have a single cooldown reduction on this thing. Oof. And there's still a fucking saber here. Oh great, sure hit. Alright, just kill it. No problem. We are 1,000 damage short. We just wasted so much damage, dude. She would have counterclassed the other one, and she crit, and she had the attack buffs. Oh, the humanity. Alright, well. Oh, that was an archer, too. I cannot believe how little content FGO has gotten this year, though. It really is something. So if that had been Proto-Ku, because at level 60 he gets more attack, he would have killed that before. Ouch. Wow, he just triple it. What, like, what the fuck, dude? David had the big defense up. Ku's counterclassing, right? And he just NPs and double attacks Tomoe. What a bunch of nonsense. Camelot Knights, man. $17,000 because we don't have any buffs. Also not the upgraded NP. Wow. That was such... Dude, fuck this guy. It's a good thing we're gonna win anyway. Like, that was such a meta-ass turn right there. Jesus Christ, this guy. Get the ISR on in here. There we go. You know, I could see us making use of that targetable taunt on her. Especially when we fight like rulers and avengers, that kind of thing. I could see that being rather good. Chat, should I make videos as we get to like major fights? Like just keep making videos on this account? Because I think that could be fun to showcase different units. Like do Roland for Tristan. Now that won't be for a while because I'd probably wait until the final fight with Tristan. I don't know, there's the one with the ads. That one's good too. Anyway, like Mordred, I definitely wait until the final one at the end of the story. But yeah, we could even do Lost Belt 3 and all that stuff. I might skip Lost... Oh no, I'd probably do maybe Ziggurat or Surtur and what's her name? What the fuck? Scatty and Valkyrie. I'd probably make those two fights. Yeah, that'd be fun. Show off some just strange units we don't normally use and stuff. Just a rider stage. Assassin time. Although this account's not doing so hot with the assassins. Well, that's what Bazett's for. Who needs Bond? There's always George. What's her Bond at? I guess she'll be our DPS for Guadia. That'll be interesting. Alright. I need to farm at some point on this account, though. I need to do one lottery, just so I don't have to farm skill gems the normal way. We'll make, like, the video series Scuffed account versus, like, X, or... It's, like, Scuffed Tomaway, right, for the first one. That's a strange bug, if Arash is retreating instead of dying. Honestly, the first lottery for a new player is normally not that bad because... like, things are still really fresh, right? So... they're having fun checking out the different skill, and... here's the thing, if you get sucked into the meta really early, I think FGO is really shit. But if, like, you... are like enjoying it and smelling the roses. Like, I remember my first lottery event, I was just having fun, like, hey, I'm gonna make a Lancelot team now. Let's see what I can do to make Lancelot good. Oh man, look at these cool crits he's doing. Right? I'm not like, oh my god, I didn't 3-turn. Right? Like, I don't care about that. You're just like, hey, I want to, let's see how much Gilgamesh, how much damage he'll do. Let's give him a bunch of Buster up. Oh yeah, this will be great, right? Like, that's what you're worrying about. Also, you're probably putting the NP in 3rd place, but you know. But anyway, yeah, when you get all sucked into the meta and like just look everything up online, then it just gets really boring really fast, and you're like, oh my god, I'm not clearing as fast as everyone else is. What do I do? The thing is, it's not about having units built up. Like, I remember my first lottery, I wasn't that built up, and I was just having fun, right? I was just like, because like if you're struggling, you're normally thinking more, and you're getting to see your attack animations more. Honestly, I think FGO, like the farming period is only fun when your account is so scuffed that you're treating farming quests like actual content. Because when you're treating it like actual content, you actually like will use David and stuff, like, and use the evade and have it matter, right? You might use a support NP. You might try to stack buffs, you know, using like Hans's 3rd skill or someone's crit buff is actually worth something, right? Instead of just NP, okay, stage is over, now do it again, right? Like that's the hell. That's when the game sucks, right? And I think what happens is sometimes veterans are looking through the game like what it'd be like as a new player while also having the mindset of a veteran, right? But that's not really how it works. That being said, FGO doesn't have any new players, so let's not kid ourselves. It's fine. I like how she just like kicked him in the shin, but she missed. Good aim. Oh, it's only wave 2. Excuse me. We could still save their NPs though. Nah. We got this. Yeah, Lost Belt 6, the game always has good music. Even day 1 FGO had good music. Attack? Yeah, there you go. I do find it interesting though, like, so Lost Belt 6 overall is very popular. It has like more people that like it a lot, I'd say, than a lot of the other Lost Belts. It's not the only popular one, but like it is a popular one. But it absolutely has more people that don't like it as well. Like now, proportionally, I think there's even more people that like it than don't. But I've definitely, and myself included, I'm not much of a Lost Belt 6 fan here, but I guess it's just because it has a very different setup, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that's really it, because like that's not why I don't like it. And that's generally not why I see people not liking it. I think like for me, the reason I don't like it is because they just pulled a bunch of bullshit out of their ass. They made up a lot of excuses that they're never going to use again, and like it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't like the characters very much. And then I've honestly just learned that I just fundamentally don't like Nasu's writing style. Like I just don't. Like I don't like the way he writes. Like he's very big on like being outrageously contrived to focus on the characters, right? Like he will just throw everything out the window and make just laughable plot points to focus on the characters. And then he's so big on, this is the real thing that I don't like, he is so big on working in almost like slapstick slice of life scenes in the middle of crisis scenarios. He's done that even in Fate Stay Night. Fate Stay Night, Fate Hollow does it big time. But yeah, Fate Stay Night, Fate Hollow, Babylonia, Lost Belts, he's just huge on that. That's just like what he does. And I just fundamentally don't like that. So that's a big reason why I don't like a lot of stuff in Lost Belt 6. And yeah, there's just so much filler. Oh my god, there's so much filler in Lost Belt 6. I think, and here's the thing, most people are like readers are very character driven, and that's fine. It's not like, you know, how dare you have different taste, right? Like it's no big deal. But because a lot of people like characters and they really like Burgess or Morgan or whatever, they don't really care about all that other stuff that much. So they like Lost Belt 6 because it's about the characters that they like, and so what gives them screen time and what makes, you know, focuses on them, they're happy about. Where I'm not really like that. And a lot of people don't like that too. There's plenty of people that I think share my sentiment on that one. Also, I don't like how they marketed it as being like very Camelot-y, and then it just wasn't. But that's because they changed it. Like, we know this now. Like, when they put out that marketing, it was going to be a lot more Camelot-y and like normal. And then Nasu was like, oh wait, pretty Morgan can't be evil. And so I gotta make a different Morgan. And then he liked Oberon's design so much they had to make Oberon more important. So that's a big part of why the story is the way that it is. And it's not really to my liking. But anyway, what I'm getting at is it's just kind of interesting that even though it's really popular on a whole, it also has like more pushback than I've seen against a lot of other stuff. It's kind of like Shiro. Shiro is super popular as the main character, but there's also a lot of people that don't like Shiro. Like a lot of people that don't like Shiro. So it's just kind of like the divisive thing. I mean, I wouldn't say I dislike Nasu, you know, I don't know the man, but I don't like his writing style. I'll put it that way. And I've seen enough of his stuff now that I feel pretty confident that, you know, a lot of these things he does on purpose. Because I thought, I remember when I first read Fate Stay Night, I didn't like how it's fine. I've always said this. It's fine to have calm moments and even lighthearted moments. You know, in fucking the trenches in World War I, soldiers found things to joke about and things like that. But it is tainted by the situation. It's different than if you're at home and joking, right? It's absolutely different. And the way Nasu writes like the downtime or the slice of life stuff, like mixed into the crisis stuff, it just does not ring true. It rings completely false. It feels super forced. It does not feel right. And I felt that way even in Fate Stay Night, right? But I thought it was almost a coincidence. I didn't really think about it. And then Fate Hollow, I just kind of assumed, you know, Fate Hollow was kind of trying to be like half, like almost not canonical and almost half like just a joke, you know, to like show off the characters. And then the nighttime stuff was like the real stuff, right? I thought it was kind of intentionally like that. But then I started to realize it's just Nasu's writing style. He does it in literally everything that he does. So like maybe with the exception of K and that's about it. And K&K is so episodic that you don't really notice. Yeah, Artoria was actually going to get summoned as a Grand Saber in Lost Belt 6. And then, that might have just gotten cut, though, because they changed, like, the whole role of Castoria and Morgan and stuff. Looks like pretty late into the development of it. So, they probably just didn't really have they didn't have any groundwork for it anymore, and it would have kind of been shoehorned in. Like, with the way they changed the story, it would have been weird. But the way it was originally, it probably would have been fine. Honestly, the original Lost Belt 6 sounds kind of awesome. Like, it was going to be Barrels Morgan. Because the Morgan in Lost Belt 6 is not Barrels. It's, like, the Lost Belt one. You know, the Barrels Morgan, like, dies, essentially. At the start, like Ruler Morgan. But originally, like, Ruler Morgan was going to go back in time like that, I'm pretty sure. And she was going to take over everything. And we know that part. We don't know if she was going to go back in time or what. But we know regular human history Morgan was going to have, like, taken over everything. And you're going to have King Lots and the Green Knight and stuff like that. And Gawain was going to be in it, and he was going to have a big side story with Green Knight. Probably instead of all the Spriggan nonsense. And, Vortigern was going to show up at the end and do the whole, you know, the land wants me to kill everything thing. That was still going to happen, but it was going to be regular Vortigern. Oberyn was going to just be like a side character, like with a side faction the whole time, and not connected to Vortigern at all. What else was it? There was some, oh yeah, Artoria showing up at the end, but there was a couple other things. Yeah, the original just sounded more, it sounded more like Camelot versus folklore, right? It was going to be like Camelot versus British folklore, essentially, and that sounds kind of awesome. I don't remember if Percival was even in. I mean, they didn't detail every little thing. It's not like like, hey guys, here's literally everything we were gonna do in the original draft. Fluffy was still there, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'd have to look at it again. I can't remember if Percival might have been replaced by Gawain, but I think they might have just had both, honestly. But yeah, it actually sounded pretty cool, but maybe they'll revisit it later, right? Maybe we'll have, I doubt it. It'd probably be too similar to Lost Belt 6 with, like, Artoria. Like, I don't think they're gonna have Artoria show up again, like that, after what they did with Castoria. That they'd be like, oh, that's just too much. So they might just, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Fluffy was still a thing. I mean, I suspect Percival was still in it because they designed characters way in advance. His role just might have been different. But yeah, I would imagine he was still in it. All right, sabers are really good here. And he's got pretty good stats for only being level 50. He must be front loaded. I do wonder though if they've designed the Green Knight because that was the original plot outline. So an archer here might have a bad time. Probably fighting humanoid. I need to limit break this. I need a reason to roll. This song is so good, dude. And like Lost Belt 7, I like more than Lost Belt 6, but it still has a lot of the writing stuff in it that I don't like. You know, it still has really forced slice of life stuff that's got a tone that just doesn't ring true for the situation and that kind of thing. It still has a lot of those problems. It still has a lot of like random side quests that are just completely tacked on to just waste time and, you know, make it more slice of lifey. And I just don't like that stuff. That's just lame. It's just bad pacing. But I still liked like the idea of Lost Belt 7 better, the premise, and I liked some of the characters more. It did get the ball rolling, I think, a bit faster than Lost Belt 6 did, especially opening up the fight with the alien god. And Ort was built up pretty well, and that was really awesome. So I mean, Lost Belt 7 is subjectively way more up my alley, but it still objectively has a lot of like the stuff that I don't I'm not a big fan of. I'm just more forgiving of it because I like the premise more, right? But it still has a lot of the writing stuff I don't like. I would say less, though. I think it definitely has less of the writing hang-ups. But they're definitely there, like, no question. Okay, no sabers on this one, because she was here for the sabers. That's a little rough. Like, Ort was one of the coolest things story-wise, and just it was really fun to learn more about him and everything. And it was really unique how your servants would die permanently and all that. But Lost Belt 5-2 is still, I'd say, the best. But I do like Lost Belt 7 a lot. I just wish it, if Lost Belt 7 had gameplay like 5-2, that would have been like truly incredible. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but the thing about Grands, it's like, it's not like there's one Grand, right? It's like there's a crazy amount of servants that can be each Grand. So I don't really like talking about them that way, because it kind of like implies that it's like, that's the one, but they just don't work that way. But out of the Grands we've seen, you know, Ort's kind of a twisted version of a Grand. It's not exactly a Grand, right? That whole thing is kind of whack. By the way, I looked at, I read it again, because I've read Lost Belt 7 a few times, at least parts of it. I haven't read all of it a few times, but... So essentially what Ort does at the end is... So, like, the more proper history there is, the stronger servants can be. As long as, like, it's not, like, diluted and, like, you know, humanity's not, like, losing their perception of it and blah, 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 all this other nonsense. But anyway, long story short, the longer human history is, the stronger servants can be. The first... servant Ort you fight, it's like he's got enough human history for, I think it's like 3 million years or something like that. But so he basically hacks it at the end, and he changes it so his history is like 14 billion years old, right? He's like cheating, and that's why he shows up in that different form at the end, where you don't get to fight. But so like that final Ort you see, that's like copper and green, he looks different because that's like how the servant system would interpret him if the history had been going on for that long, right? So he kind of came up with a really, you know, silly way, if you will, or kind of cheating way to like give himself a power boost. So it's kind of, I wonder how strong he actually was right there. But we'll probably have to wait for a character material book to get information about that. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, they didn't make that up either. Like, they've kind of always talked about the way like the Throne of Heroes and the summoning system works and all that, and that's kind of always been a thing, so it's kind of interesting. Be level 2 at least, yeah. I wonder if Lost Belt 7 wasn't so rushed, because it's obviously rushed. There's signs of that everywhere. I think they had a hard time keeping up with the development because they don't have enough staff. But I think Lost Belt 7 being a bit rushed like that and being a bit behind schedule like that, I think that's a big part of why... Hold on, let's see here. I guess I'll do this. But I think that's a big part of why, like, you don't fight that final form of Ort and things like that, right? It's kind of boss light throughout. So I do wonder if it had been more fleshed out. I wonder if we would have had a boss fight there. That'd have been really nice if they had done that. Okay, this wave went very poorly. There's a chance we actually kill here. Well, goodbye, Mash. You tried. Alright, get your NP, lady. That should do it. Alright. Oh, we got her NP too. How about that? This account got so lucky, man. Or, you know what? I think we actually rolled on our rate up. Yeah, of course we did, because we have Roland and... Yeah, that's the thing. We got Bazett, and then the one other thing we've rolled on was 6.5. So yeah, of course she's NP2. Too bad he's not, though. Wow, he was actually a really bad pick for this stage, because it's mainly the sabers. This song's really good. It's from Arknights. It's the like Gaval event battle music. Boy, that's a shift in tone with the music. Imagine you go from hanging out with a Chad Gator to fucking Dr. Eggman. Yeah, that's a thing. All right. Probably should have cast that before, but it's fine. I will say Dr. Robotnik is at his absolute best in the game that this is from. It's really the only time Robotnik is awesome. Like he's just written completely different in every other game. This is Sonic Adventure 2, and that's the only time Robotnik is like an actual threat. He's actually smart. Like he's actually like conniving and not like just a joke character. Also, the game has good music, so. Let's see. What is this fight? I think we're on the way to like the giant ghost or something. I know Mordred is the next like really big boss, but that's not for a little bit. They're making you use Bedivere against archers. It's great game. Maybe these riders will be wild beast. Not gonna count on that though. That'll do. Lancelot is actually kind of late. I know this part. I know it goes Gwaine then Mordred. That part I always remember. And then I think it goes Tristan next. And I think Lancelot is last. But it might go Lancelot then Tristan. But yeah, I think Lancelot's the last one. Man, when they first made this story, it was hard to have an Avenger, but oh boy, is it easy now. And like back then, people could only slot an Avenger in like the all slot. I don't think you didn't have the extra slot, let alone the 3 slots and all that other stuff. You know what? Let me just go right into the NP here. The thing is, when Tristan released, I think he's actually one of the bosses. Like, Gwaine is the one people struggled with the most, obviously. Especially back on JP, because the game was just so different on JP compared to NA. But, like, after Gwaine, I think Tristan was the one people struggled with the next most. I would say when Gwen, Tristan, then probably Lancelot, then Mordred. Mordred is just the easiest because she's so similar to Gwen, but easier. So if you get to her after, right? Like, if the very first boss at Camelot was Mordred, that could cause problems for some people, right? But if you've gotten past Gwen, you're obviously going to be able to get past Mordred, with maybe a very, very narrow amount of exceptions to that. But I remember on my very first account, right, and that was when I did Camelot. Babylonia wasn't even out yet, right? So there wasn't a lot of power creep. It was still pretty much how it was supposed to be. And all of the boss fights gave me a bit of trouble, right? I had to try on all of them back then. But if I played a new account like it was my main account now, with all the power creep in the game, it's not even power creep, it's like system creep, right? You get the free max ascension, it's easier to get XP, pure prisms, like there's so many things. If I wanted to, I could make an account by the time it got to Camelot that it would just destroy everything. Also, the support system is a lot stronger now because people have the 3 slots. Also, this is big. The average level of people on your support list is higher now, like big time. So Camelot is easier than it's ever been, like no question. If you wanted to do like crush it now, you generally will, especially if you're like, you know to prepare, you know to like get ready for it. But if you're playing the game blind, you could certainly get blindsided by it still. Wait a minute. Wait, do I want that crit chance even though I lose the buster bonus? Yeah, fuck it, I do, because we'll get the defense down first and all that. And if we didn't crit at all, we'd do less damage. Now, if I don't crit here, then we're really doing it wrong. Hey, we double crit. Probably worth. If I did Buster, NP Buster, though, and then that crit anyway, that would have been even more damage. But it would have been less likely. I would say if you're gaming, right, if you're like not holding yourself back, you know, you're summoning friend supports to carry you and stuff, I'd say when you're first gonna get a real wake up call, I would say is Lost Belt 3. I would say Lee. I think Lee is like the gatekeeper for people that are like trying to get carried and are not holding themselves back and whatnot. Because yeah, he's at the point where if you just summon one random thing, it's not, it can carry you, but it's a lot harder. Yeah, I always play through the stories of these games without like friend supports. Like when I did Arknights, I didn't use. It's easier to do in Arknights. Arknights even, this is what I like. Arknights encourages you not to summon a friend to carry you. Because if you do that, you can't auto the stage after beating it, and the main story stages are actually what drop a lot of like the good gear or like loot, like for ascending and stuff. So you're incentivized to try to beat it on your own. I really like that they do that. Also, it's not in your face. You kind of have to go out of your way to bring a support, where FGO just, you know, they force you to bring it, and it's like right there. Another thing Arknights does. Now, this would not work in FGO because FGO added the free max ascension. Now, this would work in the past, but it's too late now. But what Arknights does, so let's say I summoned this Mori, who's level 100, right? So he's final ascended, right? Let's say my highest level was only 3rd ascended, which actually is the case. It would make this Mori only 3rd ascended. It would downgrade him. But that wouldn't work in FGO anymore because the free max ascension, so they wouldn't really do anything. Yeah, it's true. You could tie it to player rank, or you could tie it to MASH. That's actually what I would do, because see, look, MASH is right now capped at level 60. Because that's what they're expecting you to be at, roughly, for Camelot, is around level 60. So yeah, if they did it like based off match, because then in the later half of Camelot, I think she goes to 70, right? And the later half of Camelot's harder. So that's, you know, there you go. So that'd be perfect. And then once you get to like Babylonia, then you just no cap, right? I'd save it from Babylonia, just no cap. I really do think they need to do something about this though. I just swallowed down the wrong tube. Fucking water. I'm fine. Just, you know, trying to drown myself. Excuse me. Anyway, I think they need to, yeah, we need Dr. Mario to come bail us out. Anyway, they really need to do something about the story support situation because it's not fun. Like when you watched all those like what was it, VTubers that got into the game and they all just did that, they were all just bored out of their mind, right? I mean, it's not good. They need to cut the filler, obviously, because the filler's bad no matter what. And then they need to do something like really incentivize bringing the story support or level cap them up to Babylonia or something like that. Honestly, level capping them up to Babylonia would be kind of awesome. By the way, if you do drink down the wrong tube too often, you really can cause damage to your lungs. So it's really important not to do that. They generally say if you find yourself drinking down the wrong tube too often, to just like really concentrate when you are drinking and stuff, and it generally will not happen. Because it's like some dumb thing in your brain, like it's like an autopilot thing, and sometimes your brain just like doesn't tell your body to essentially swallow down the correct tube. So all right, we need, I guess, Bazett, because I don't really have a caster DPS. Bazett has been nice like that. I haven't had to level as many units because of it. I guess I could bring the Berserker though, that's fine. I wish they would improve the early game though. It's the only way you're gonna get new players in, and there's just no reason that FGO needs such a boring, lame early game. They have. This is what pisses me off about FGO. They have a good core combat system. It is way better than most of the other gacha games out there, but they're just not using it well very often. And it's not like they don't know how to use it well, because sometimes they do make boss fights that are awesome and really do make you think and use your head and can be very, you know, engaging and fun, right? So yeah, it's just a shame they don't take the time. I've always said what they should do to fix up the early game is when doing it, add story replay, so then the veterans can also go back and enjoy the changes you're making. And then add like a hard mode or a challenge mode. Like when you beat Gwaine, now you can fight challenge mode Gwaine. You don't need to do it. It doesn't gate your progression, but you can do it, right? That way, if you go back and really play Camelot now on a super prepared account, you do the challenge mode Gwaine. You're not going to care about doing the original, right? Like that's just a really good way of doing it. Man, I think I swallowed more water down the wrong tube than normal there. That really messed me up. Oh, all right. That seems decent. Yeah, 1 million HP Gwaine. That would actually be fine though. Like, it's not fine if you want people to do it like by the time a new account beats Gwadia. But if you're like wanting the challenge mode version of stages to be like the equivalent of like Lost Belt 3 or something and on, 1 million HP Gwaine is fine. Now, obviously that is pretty brutal because of his gimmick. It's actually way more health than that. But that for the most part that would be fine, because if he doesn't have break bars, you know, he's susceptible to buff stacking and that kind of thing. So that'd be all right. Make story replay your units only. I'd be completely okay with that. I love it when it's your... I have so much more fun with FGO when it's your units only, and it's not just because, you know, I'm trying to avoid using like OP shit. It's because I don't... There's no wonkery, right? I hate having to use something from this list because, like, I normally can't find like that Goldilocks zone of it's useful, but it's not carrying, or it's even remotely useful for the stage at all, and that kind of thing. I just don't like. I like using my stuff. I like preparing my account and using my units. That's the whole point of the game, right? So yeah, I really wish you could just not have a support whatsoever. All right, this team's probably fine. Maybe do that. They have somewhat recently done a Gilfest style event, kind of. They did Tesla Fest, which was a little different, but I actually thought it was better. I actually think Tesla Fest is one of the only good things we've had in the game in the last like year and a half or so. I will say I like tower events, but I don't like the way that they do them. I like, instead of like that last one had what, 240 floors. I'd rather have like 150 floors, but then every floor is something, right? That would make them much better. The Tesla Fest basically was Gilfest rerun, but then they also added in like those other old challenge quests, but they like made it a gauntlet and all that, and that was really unique. That was something really, I really liked that. That was a great way to repurpose content, so they didn't have to make new content, but they repackaged it in a way that really changed it, and that was good. I thought that was great. You have to be careful with that though, because holy shit, if you do some of the more modern challenge quests like that, that's just gonna be bullshit. Because you'll eat half your roster to do one of the more modern challenge quests with budget units, so then now you have no budget units left to do the other ones. So that's not great. Now I don't know. Okay. Here's the thing. If you make the content aimed for accounts that are supposed to be old, they're going to have loads of gold units. So at that point, you don't have to make it where every single stage can be done with like the smaller free-to-play roster, right? Each like boss fight individually needs to be doable with a free-to-play roster. But like if it's not aimed at like accounts that are like, you know, 6 months old or whatever, it's not that big of a deal if you're supposed to bust out your other stuff. But people, it'll always make drama, and it'll, you know, it's always going to be a thing, you know, e-penis and all this stuff. Let me just open up with this actually. But the only way you could fix that, by the way, if you wanted to do those gauntlets more, if you still wanted them to the whole gauntlet to be free to play friendly, or I don't know if free to play is the right way of putting it, like, you know, new player friendly or whatever, or low or no RNG, right? Like you don't need because the free to play units, the low stars, are more guaranteed that you're going to have them. Of course, you're going to have golds, but which golds, right? It's going to be all over the map. So if you want to keep it low star friendly, I'll just put it that way. You just have to add more low stars to the game. Like you need more staple low stars that are like as good as Hans, right? You can't just have more, you have to have more good ones. Because there's enough low stars in the game right now to do one of those gauntlets completely. But if it's one of the harder ones, like if they were picking newer challenge quests to be part of the gauntlet, most of those free-to-play units aren't good enough. Like, not at all. So you'd run out of the good ones after maybe 2 challenge quests, and then you're kind of just screwed. You could make them cooldowns, but that would, at that point, you're kind of just defeating the purpose, because the cooldown would have to be like 3 boss fights. Any more than that and you'd still be screwed, I think, unless they added a few more. It's a hard thing to balance with low stars. Well, I mean, it's not if they would actually if they kept adding low stars at the interval that they used to, it would not be a problem. But yeah, they don't do that generally. I mean, man, America added multiple 3 stars at once. Put Fluffy in. Oh my god, dude. That'd be so fucked up. Chat, I am so glad that they did not do a super recollection quest for Fluffy. I'm like so happy they didn't do that. That whole concept was so stupid anyway, and I hated it. And then that was such a horrible idea for Fluffy. So I'm very glad that didn't happen. Chat, I'm gonna be right back. I need to get more water after, you know, that failed drowning attempt. I'm joking, by the way, in case there's any Twitch mods. I swallowed water down the wrong tube, alright? We here at Green Incorporated do not encourage self-harm in any way. You know how fucking happy I would be? Get like an announcement for FGO, maybe on the anniversary or whenever, and they're like, we're remastering Fuyuki, and you can now replay Fuyuki, and so, you know, they rebalance it. So the original Fuyuki, right, like non-challenge mode, not hard mode, is like, it's still easy because it's Fuyuki, right? It's for brand new players, but it's spruced up to be more of the, you know, how the game is played now, right? Like new players in Fuyuki are way stronger than they used to be, right? Not even close. And you maybe made adjustments to the story summon, you know, the friend support, right? Like scaling it or not allowing it unless it's a really hard boss or something. Anyway, whatever they want to address that, I can think of 1,000 ways to address that. But anyway, so they do that, and you know, they do some minor changes to cut out some of the filler, all those fights with the skeletons and stuff. You know, you have some of those, of course, but you don't have as many. And you'd only have to do very minor changes to the writing, right? Like you could have, Nasu doesn't need to do it, right? Like you could just do some very, because a lot of the justifications for a lot of the filler fights are really stupid, and you could just remove them very smoothly. You might need like some tiny dialogue here and there to link things up properly, but for the most part, you wouldn't have to do a lot. It's the work necessary to like remaster Fuyuki is so much less than creating a new Singularity. It's not even the same ballpark, right? So much less. So they do that, right? You get your story replay, you're making it better, and then, you know, like maybe a month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, however, then they remaster Orleans, right? And now it's, you know, elevated to be more modern with how you're expecting a new player, like what power level they're going to be at and whatnot. Maybe you have some minor break bars and stuff, right? And again, you change up the writing a little bit. Wouldn't take much work, but you just, you know, touch up the writing a little bit to just remove the filler fights. It's a bit shorter, you know, a bit snappier, right? That would make me so happy, because then if they go through the whole game like that, I think FGO would be a much better game. And if you're adding story replay along the way like that, you're adding so much more replay value, right? Like that would make FGO like so much more comparable, like to Arknights and whatnot, if they would just do that. And I think it would be good for the game. I think it'd be very good for the game for them to adjust it in that way. Because like right now, they're just never gonna keep new players. Like, no way. Oh, hi there. Well, I'm pretty sure Bazett is gonna end this, man. Sorry, Curse Arm. Man, I could even give him defense down. This is just mean. Will he survive this turn? I mean, if he does protection from the wind, probably. Yeah, he just evades as his first action. And then he insta-death procs. Because if I don't do damage now, I'm not going to do damage for a few turns, and he'll get his NP. Wow. I mean, he didn't, like, do it perfect, because he didn't evade, but we only countered once. This is why I was saying Skill Seal is really good with Bazett. Because he'd prevent that kind of crap. Alright, well, we're going to be here for a minute now. Although, this is a really good hand. Holy shit. Didn't get the 50% crit. I thought he was going to do it. He's throwing. Oh, right, I have this. I didn't need to do the defense up. I like how I can show what this music is now by just clicking a button. Can I just do that? Well, you don't get the full name. I wonder if I can fix that. You at least get the title of the series. Yeah, maybe his AI doesn't use the evade there, I don't know. Kinda dumb if that's the case. And like, even Camelot, you could cut out a little bit of filler, right? Because like, even Camelot has less of it, but even Camelot has a few times where the cast is just talking and they're like, oh no, monsters, right? And just for no fucking reason, and then you just fight like some garbage thing, and then after the fight, like, anyway, right? Like, they still have some of that. Then Babylonia, you couldn't, unfortunately, you couldn't really take out much filler. You might be able to take out a little bit, but a lot of the filler isn't, it's not the kind of filler of just, and then monsters attacked us for no reason. It's like Nasu filler, right? Where he's using it as like an excuse to make up a side quest to like show off the characters and whatnot. So like Babylonia, I don't think you could change much. There might be like an arrow or two. I think there are a few parts in Babylonia where you go on like some side mission, you start fighting generic monsters. And then it's like, oh no, monsters! And then you fight like 2 or 3 fights before any like actual cutscene kicks in. So like some of those you could fix up a little bit. But yeah, Babylonia and on, you couldn't change much in terms of cutting out trash mob fights. It's really only doable in the beginning stuff. But it's totally worth doing in the beginning stuff though. Alright, story supports. Oh, hi, Arash. Assassin again. We could just do the same team. I could get her NP right now if I wanted to, but these enemies don't have too much HP. Damn. Would have been nice if she could have killed that one, Bazett. Wait, what background art? Oh, this lobby theme. Yeah, this for Arknights, this song is really good. I tell you, and I kind of shit on Arknights when it comes to like the character side of things, but I like its world, right? The world it's made, the music, the aesthetic, like the that kind of stuff, and like the art style of the NPCs that aren't playable and stuff, where they're not trying to like force waifu and whatnot. I actually like a lot. Arknights is just so weird. On the one hand, I love it to death, and on the other hand, I'm like, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this fucking game? Like, what? Every goddamn playable character has to look like a runway model. And I'm not like offended that some of that's in the game. It's fine. It's just the fact that we have literally 0 Chads in that game. No helmets, right? None of the cool shit NPCs get to have, right? Ever. And like, Chad, am I crazy? Like, when I look at like Arknights, which is a Chinese game, Genshin Impact, Chinese game, right? When I look at their art design, I see a noticeable difference and a noticeable lack of variety in comparison to like the Japanese games and even the Korean games, right? Like, say what you will about FGO, and obviously it's got some very silly designs sometimes, but they have variety, right? You've got, FGO has got robots and playable monsters and old people and young people and, you know, masked people and people with armor, people with fan service. Like, they're all, it is so much, there's so much more like variety with like the basic designs and stuff, where most of the Chinese games, they're all the same. They have like a very narrow like style of design that they just always stick with, like no matter what, like just no matter what. And like I get the K-pop idol look is big, and that's fine, so I'm not saying don't have any of it, but like if you have nothing but that, you're gonna get massive diminishing returns on it, and it's also just boring. Because I last night I looked up the designs of the Star Rail game coming out, and I'm like, dude, this is the exact same shit. Like, every character looks the same. They're all interchangeable. They don't just look the same to each other in their own game. They all look the same out of all the other Chinese games, right? Like, they're just not, they're not, they have no variety with the kind of like archetypes they use, and it's just over and over and over and over and over and over, and like it sucks. Yeah, there's not a single character in Star Rail that I like the design of. Like, there's some that are like okay, right, where I don't mind them, but there's none that I'm like, oh yeah, that design looks good. Like, that's just not a thing. I'll defense down. I can, well, let me think. Yeah, we'll just punch him. Oh wow, that's damage. And here's the thing, it's not like, I'm not expecting characters like Dark Corvus to be the bulk of the cast, and that's fine. It doesn't need to be, but just having a few characters that are, you know, like that, I think really helps. I really stand by this. I don't think the Chinese games are doing themselves any favors by being this way, like, at all. I think they would make more money if they had some degree of variety in there. I think they're really limiting their audience, like, needlessly. I think some of it is growing pains, though. Like, I remember the devs of Arknights, you know, they even said that they hadn't made any male designs right before Arknights. And so they were like, yeah, we'll try to do better, but it's gonna be a minute. Pure Berserker stage. Maybe bring AoE. I don't have a lot of AoE right now, and he's only in P1. But I'll do it anyway. Chat, I'm using 2 5-stars. I'm crazy. It's not a lot of health. Rainbow chain or just the quick? Probably the quick. Damn it, I really thought we would kill there. Ouch. Boy, that'd have done over 4,000 damage if it hit one of the other two. And he didn't have any buffs either. Can Mash do 3,000? She would not have if she didn't crit. Stop doing that. You don't even have a crit buff. What do you... How do you just triple crit when you don't even have a crit chance up buff? Can I do that? Built different, apparently. He actually might have killed someone if one he attacked the same target twice, but the prior turn, the one Chimera that was gonna die for sure because he had low HP, that one buffed, and he never got to attack again. If instead of that one buffing, that one attacked, and the other one buffed, and then on that turn where he triple attacked and he had the buff from the prior turn, he probably would have killed somebody. So much counterattacking. Let's go. It wouldn't shock me if Chimeras have a higher crit rate. Berserkers inherently have a 10%, but specific enemies sometimes have more or less. And I would presume Chimeras are at least 20%. I have never looked, but... because they're all about crit, I would expect their crit rate to be a bit higher. Might have to check that out on Atlas DB. Whoa, 138. Damn. NP5 is a hell of a drug. Chat, this account, I just realized, is going to have such an easy time with Fluffy. Because Bazett is she's an abnormally good damage dealer for Fluffy. Because, you get rid of curse stacks like no other unit. So, because you can attack essentially 6 times in one turn, so that's 6 curse stacks. And if you have like debuff immunity or something, that's all I gotta do is have some kind of debuff immunity for the team, or debuff resist, and we'll be good. I mean, even Asclepius will probably do it because of the debuff resistance and the command codes. Bazett did not exist though when Fluffy first came out, but yeah, accounts nowadays can definitely do that. Yeah, she's probably good for Ort too. For that, I wish she was like NP2. NP5 is going to be too much. I might not even use her against Ort. Ort deserves better than that. He is absolutely not scaled with alter egos in mind, let alone an NP5 alter ego. Like, no way. My back row doesn't have a lot of good options here. So I think you normally get level 10 Mystic Code for the default around the start of Babylonia. If you're not farming. If you farm, you can definitely get it way earlier than that. They definitely did Ort justice in terms of story and music and that kind of thing. I would have liked if a few of the fights were a bit harder. Like, they're not all cakewalks, but the last fight with Ort is pretty hard for free to play, but it's incredibly easy if you do anything to try to give yourself a power advantage, like summoning a really powerful friend alter ego or something. And I wish it was a bit harder than that. Like, they're not cakewalks, but they're They're not really worthy of the story hype, but it's because you have to fight them so many times with the unique gimmick that they didn't want to push it too much. Which is understandable, but I think they could have pushed it more than they did. My god, though, there were so many people complaining. Seriously, there was enough people complaining about Ort being, like, unfair and blah, 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 blah. Can you imagine if he was a bit harder, like, how much people would have bitched? I don't think he should be quite as hard as Fluffy because of the gimmick, because it's like, you know, endurance and you're fighting him so many times. If one of the fights was Fluffy level, that's actually way harder than Fluffy because you're going to be down units, right? Also, I like Fluffy and everything, but Fluffy should not have been as hard as he was. I mean, that's just a fact. Like, that fight is just overtuned. We don't ever need a main story fight that hard again, in my opinion. Unless, like, we get power crept and, you know, we're stronger, but... Like, I actually think Fluffy should be, like, 10% easier than he is. Like, not way easier, but he really is just slightly overtuned. He's not doable with, like, a proper free-to-play team. Now, there's some videos of people doing it, and people act like, oh, see that you can do it. But you can't. Like, those videos are they're reliant on outrageous RNG, and they took, like, months of trial and error. That's not a reasonable standard. You can't be like, oh, yeah, a player that... It's fair to be like, okay, if the player that gets to this stage, you know, doesn't have like the good servants leveled up for it, they need to go level up the free-to-play alternatives for this boss fight to be able to beat it. That's a fair ask, but it's not a fair ask to be like, okay, now once you've leveled up the best options you have available to do the boss fight, you now have to do the boss fight like hundreds of times to trial and error, like really minute bullshit nonsense. And also get really lucky. That's not a reasonable ask. And I've seen some air quotes free-to-play clears of Fluffy, but like they're really not, because again, like the RNG required and the trial and error required is not even slightly reasonable, right? So that's real evidence that Fluffy is overtuned. It's especially the last health bar. I think if the last health bar had like 2 less curse stacks, like just that would be enough, because it's just so easy to get to that ending and just not have enough punch, like to just be shy of it, right? And there's just so many things that need to go right along the way to the final health bar to allow you to like fight the final health bar optimally to be able to actually beat it. Where if the fight was a bit more lax, and not a lot, just a little bit, you wouldn't need that good luck. You just need to play it right to be able to deal with that last health bar. But yeah, Fluffy is just overtuned, and it sucks because it's nice to have a hard boss to work towards and to overcome. You know, it's satisfying, but I think they just took it a little too far. And honestly, here's the other thing. Another way you could fix the Fluffy fight is just make Odin not an idiot. And I said this last time. It's like, I think the reason Fluffy is overtuned is because they thought the Odin buffs were going to be so good that it'd be fine. But when you do the math, the gimmick from like Castaku / Odin is like 2 out of 3 times you're gonna get, it's gonna whiff. So it's really bad, right? Like if you could pick what effect happened, or he only did like the NP charge or only did the heal or something, it'd be way better. Like the fight would be so much easier. I mean, it wouldn't be easy though. It'd still be a balls hard fight, but like that, getting that perfect RNG for things to go well along the way would be a lot more reliable. Because Odin is a big part of like the RNG for free to play to be able to do it, which is stupid. And yeah, at the end of the turn would be way better. Because they're at the start of the turn, it's just so likely that the debuff clear doesn't work. The debuff clear is the worst one by a mile. It's so bad because the turn of Castoria doing her NP, it's useless. And the turn after Castoria doing her NP, it's useless. So the odds of the debuff clear landing and doing anything is really, really low. Click all the buttons. Although not the charge. I could do a quick chain right now. Nah, we'll take that attack up overcharge. $71K. Oh yeah, Arash can't NP here. No, we've been had. That sucks. I'll taunt her so she gets charged from being attacked. Mash could actually do a little bit of damage to him here with the extra attack. Buster crit though. Buster up, crit up. Oh, the horror. Damn it, curse arm. Close. If she had had a card last turn, it would have worked out. Oh. Well, that'll do it. Arash, you couldn't attack Bazett one time. Although Bazett's gonna be pretty crap here. Arash just triple busted mash. Yeah, I don't think Arcade's the time Leonidas is gonna get an animation update, but who knows? They might throw in some random stuff like that. Definitely not counting on it though. The Brave Chain would do way more damage, but I want the NPs. Arash is clearly the boss here. 98%, what have I done? Now you can't... Why are you like this, dude? Alright, you know what? You're gonna die to Protoku then. You asked for this. You literally triple attacked him, Einstein. Not that Protoku has his buffed NP yet or any of that, but still. Okay, he's not dead. Yeah, that wasn't nearly enough damage. Don't you if you had done that last turn, I could have done her NP, but no, now you do it now when she's gonna die. Getting my ass kicked out here. There's no way I'm losing though with double coup. Chat, there's a part of me that thinks Protoku's gonna get an animation update when they do the Tokyo Grail War order call, but considering they haven't done any animation updates in over a year, I don't know. We'll see. I wonder how Bazett would feel about Protoku. I'll take the loot. We certainly need the XP right now. I think Mordred's chapter 8, so we're close. I don't know, she might be chapter 7. Okay, that makes no sense on MASH. This account is gonna get so much stronger once I final ascend to some of these characters, because then I can do their buff quests. I'll probably do that after Camelot and before Babylonia. That seems like the right time to do it. Chat, why do I get a feeling that instead of making part 1 better, like I was saying, they're gonna let accounts skip part 1? And they'll like give their account like a big leg up to like ascend a bunch of characters or something like right away to kind of catch up with 2.0. Because they've said they're planning on making 3.0, so yeah, it's gonna get, I don't know, they might just not care about new players at this point because they don't retain any of them, but that's why they don't retain any of them. Well, we can actually anti-beast damage even though it's rank 1. You know, I probably should have given him the attack up, although I guess he can NP now, although he'll probably kill without it. Maybe they'll make like a summary of part 1 that you can do or something. I really stand by this. Like, if you start hyping up the game for 3.0 or whatever, you do not want to be like, oh, so new players need to get to 3.0 as fast as possible. No. You need new players to get into the game and just have fun right off the bat, right? If they see the 3.0 marketing and they want to play Fate stuff, that's fine, but they're not going to really know the difference between 1.0 and 3.0 anyway. So just make 1.0 good. Make sure the experience is good. And that's the problem, is the 1.0 experience is so bad now. And honestly, friend support is a big part of it. I think friend support is a huge part of the problem. Like when you watch new players trying to stream the game and stuff, they just get carried from start to finish and they never learn anything. And then when they get to Gwen, they just think it's stupid because they've never learned how to play the goddamn game. And they just get, and a lot of it, most people, I've seen this, most people never make it to Gwen. Like, not even close. Most people don't even get in the ballpark of Gwen because they're just so bored. I forgot to use evade. Uh-oh. But yeah, they get bored and they just stop playing way before they get to any of the good boss fights. Like, I've seen a lot of content creators that be the case. And like, if they were smart, they'd be doing everything they could to make sure, like, if someone starts playing the game, they have a great time. Cause like that anime YouTuber, Giguk, I think I say it. You know, he got into it, but he's like, oh yeah, the gameplay's super boring. And I've seen him play it a bit. He never learned anything. He's never fought a boss fight legit. He has no idea how anything, like, and it's because the game, of course not. The game doesn't incentivize you to learn anything. You don't have any real boss fights until you've played the game for like 200 hours. Right? It's just a shit show. And the thing is, that's bad. You don't want a big content creator like him getting into the game and being like, oh yeah, the gameplay's terrible. Right? You don't, that's terrible for the game. If they got, and when all the VTubers started playing it, same thing, right? When all those people play the game, you want them to just have an awesome experience. And, yeah, I swear, if they could have the Arknights new player experience, this game would be so much more successful. And then maybe they could hire people, you know, although they could already do that, they just don't. Like, they have the money. One more. I keep getting this awkward amount where when I level up, I have to eat into my AP more than I would like. Although that's not as bad as yesterday. Mordred might be coming up. This could be Knights. Let's see. Saber's a good class here. You're never gonna be able to convince the bulk of new like if I talk to a friend, I might be able to get them to like play the game as it was intended, so it's more fun and that kind of thing. But first off, that doesn't only like people that you have like a personal connection to might listen to that, but also I don't think it's a very good experience either. Because you gotta remember, when FGO came out, there weren't a lot of other mobile games that were like gameplay focused anyway. So it's like if you keep your levels down and whatnot and you start playing the game now, you're going to be so bored, right? It's only fun in Camelot, right? Like there's just no, unless they change stuff, right? Unless they change how the the early game is, people are not going to have fun in Septum, right? It's just this. I don't think people that because a lot of people only have their one account. I don't think people realize how bad that early content is. You fight the same trash mobs over and over and over and over and over. I mean, it's just, they're beating a dead horse with the amount of trash mobs to make you fight. It is awful. It is such a bad experience. Like even in Camelot here, it's like, instead of all these fights I've been doing today on this stream, why don't we just have like 3 fights? Out of all these fights I've done, why isn't it just 3, right? Like I have one, fight with like the Camelot Knights, one fight with the Chimeras, right? And then, maybe one of these fights with like these assassin guys. And then you make those stages a bit harder than what we saw here, right? Why do I need to just keep fighting all this nonsense over and over and over and over again? Like, why? Like, it's so boring. And nothing is happening story-wise either. Like, that you couldn't summarize in just like one fucking node. But all, like, the VTuber thing shows the problem with the game. They had, like, what, 10 VTubers play the game, and every single one of them quit it. Right? I mean, clearly there's a problem here. And, like, every big YouTuber or streamer I've ever seen try it always quits. Normally before Camelot, and even if they make it to Camelot, they've never learned how to fight bosses, so they just die, and then they ask chat who to summon to trivialize it, and then they do that and they just move on, and then they just quit later. No, they're allowed to stream it. People keep saying that, dude. They have no idea what they're talking about. Like for like a day they could only do like Fuyuki or whatever, but then they could just stream whatever. And a bunch of them did. Well, one of them did. I think one VTuber actually made it to Camelot. Yeah, there was like, yeah, one fucking person. That's so bad, dude. Like that just shows how shit it is. And it just, unfortunately, it's just a thing with a lot of game development that they just never try to make the new player experience better. They're in their mind, it's make it faster so they get through the bad stuff quicker. But I don't know why they think that works. Like, that's not how psychology is. If people don't have fun, they stop playing. Let me think. Just to do that. And then don't use the other skills. I could wait to NP with him. Try to remove buffs more efficiently than that. So she's gonna... Why did I give her the attack up? I should have given it to Roland. This is gonna be so bad. What am I doing? Watch this damage, boys. Nice damage. I mean, 23k, something, right? Boy, it would have been so much better to give him the attack buff. He could probably... The attack buff would probably let him one-shot this guy, and then he could crit into this one. Or one-shot this one with the NP, then crit into this one. Which maybe we can still do. We'll see. I could do her art card, but nah. Damage! Hey, Vintiox, thank you for the raid, dude. How about that Phantom of the Opera animation update that we haven't gotten in 8 years? And, you know, we haven't gotten an animation update in over a year period, so that's the thing. Also, I would really like my Sanson buff. Like, at least Phantom of the Opera has buff removal now. Yeah, all 12 Phantom of the Opera fans have it pretty bad. It's a tough time. Man, this is so not smooth right now. This Bazett thing did not pan out with all these knights. I just hope animation updates come back, period. I mean, again, it's been over a year. It's like you were listening to my stream. Is that what we're talking about? Feels bad. Yeah, that'd be cool if, like, for the arcade collab, they updated a lot of those, but I don't think they're going to. Honestly, I don't expect anything. How is Bazett still not gotten her NP? What the fuck? Okay, get Mash out of here. But anyway, I don't expect animation updates for like another like 6 months at least, because they haven't hired for a really long time, and then when they finally did just hire some new people, they hired college kids. So, and it normally takes a good while for that kind of stuff to work its way down the pipeline anyway, so I don't expect much anytime soon. But yeah, thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Is that trying to do damage? Maybe we get 10 in one go. That'd be great and all, but that would imply that they were actually working on it for like the last like 6 months, and there's just no way. Like, there's no way with them barely being able to put out like content, and they struggled so much with Lost Belt 7 and everything. There's just no way. All this countering though, that turn wasn't so bad. Why do I have Ku on the team? I really did not think about what I was doing on this one. I mean, we're still gonna win. Dude, Arc Knights has done so much more than FGO this year. It's not even funny. And it's the same game engine! Like, what the hell? How do you fuck that up so bad? Okay, Bazett's just gonna keep on NPing. We're like slowly winning with the super inefficient damage of Bazett. Like, I'm actually pretty confident she's done the most damage, other than, I don't know, that one Roland NP that killed the Lancer. That was a lot. Yeah, honestly, that last stream Arc Knights had, I'm pretty sure they did announce more stuff than like FGO did in an entire year. In terms of like meaningful stuff. FGO's always like trying to make things sound like a big deal when it's fucking nothing. Yeah, that was like a Bazett stall comp. Except we had like hardly any survivability on the team. It just coincidentally we lived anyway. I think every other unit in the entire game, if you gave them Jekyll's buff, they'd be a lot stronger. But like Jekyll is the only unit where it's just completely useless. It's actually, in many ways, it's worse than useless because it's a negative. It's like a trap. It'll like debate you into doing it, and then you're screwing yourself. Now, if you just don't use it, then nothing's lost, really. But what is this account gonna need? It doesn't really need any of these, which is kind of unfortunate because that's what we have available for free. Oh yeah, we can probably get one of the welfares on this account. Let's see. Okay, well, we got Kentucky. Why am I not allowed to buy the other stuff? Do I have to, like, loot them first? It is pretty cool that new accounts, though, can get Ryder Kentucky now. This music is fairly fitting. Yeah, that's what it is. Nice. How many coins can I get? Quite a lot, actually. That's not enough to get everything, but that's really all you need is the... Well, no, you kind of do want all three of his passives, to be honest. He's got really good passives. Got Anti-Berserker. It's gonna make Demeter a lot easier. He's not too bad, though, if you use Ricky and Ushi. It works pretty well. Oh, this might be Mordred. Yeah, I guess so. Chat, we used the really weak Rice Man here for Gwen, but do we use story support for Mordred because Mordred's the easier boss? I would say yes. Because Gwen is definitely harder. Although Bedivere is super shit against this because he'll just get one shot by Mordred's gimmick. But still. Guess we do Tomaway again. Pretty much the same setup will work. Alright, we got a Rosh. Yeah, I'd be surprised if this didn't work. Do I have Parted Sea? I would think so. How do I not have Parted Sea? Wait, is Parted Sea only an FP summon? That must be the case. You'll get it eventually, but... Fuck. That sucks. Also, if you're here, don't say it. I'm not sure if he's here, but if he's here, don't you fucking say it. Actually, if he's not here, I can say it. But, Canis CE? Did I get away with it? That one of the, I think I got away with the chat. That's 2, chat. Oh, I'm beating him now. Okay, I don't even have sunlight though. Like, I don't really have something to keep her alive here. I can do a defense up, but not sure that'll do it. There's the Rin one. Gives me 30% defense up. It could work. Chat, I've gotten away with 2 of those in the last, like, 3 weeks. Feeling good, man. Alright, let's see. We got 3 of these dudes. I probably should have brought a Rosh, but damn, I don't want to use George's taunt then. Getting cocky. Damn right. Can overkill that one. Not worth. Man, they just had to cast that defense up though. Tanky bastards. Man, they are tall as hell. They're like near Daria's height. think Darius might be a bit bigger. Nope, too loud. Trying to find the right balance here. Man, I thought we could kill this one too, but not quite. So I'm just gonna say it. Words like null, gnome, and gnosis are all stupid. And I really hate this about English. We cannot make up our minds. Whenever we adopt words from other languages, like we couldn't make up our mind if we should apply our rules to the words or their rules to the words. And as such, we just have a bunch of dumbass words like that. It's dumb. You should never have a silent G in anything. Get gnomed. Who do I heal? Probably... I want to get David's skill again. I'll heal David. Alright, girl, you better kill this guy. We're gonna have a really bad time if you don't. Whew. Please get your NP the turn after so I can evade it. God damn it. I think she does her extra attack here though, not the NP. We are gonna melt her so fast. Like she's got less health and she doesn't have the damage resist. Honestly, I'm not even remotely interested in Star Rail, but I'm gonna play it anyway just because my stream wants to see it and you know it's topical. So I'll stream it when it comes out, but I'm not even remotely interested in it. Like the character designs suck. They're all just Genshin Impact and there's no variety. Like there's not a single character I give a flying fuck about. And it just looks boring. Like it's just, I'm really just not interested, but I'll try to put my bias aside and try to give it a fair shake. Doesn't it come out tomorrow? Or is it the day after? It's not just the character models. I mean, it's like everything. They always make the characters in a certain age range. They always, you know, have a certain style. They're all the same, dude. It sucks. 2 days, okay. Can I do 13k? Yep. Sorry, Mordred. We get one more fight with her, though. It's a bit harder. The real fight with her is at the end. Gwen is easier at the end, but Mordred's a bit harder. And, like, it's turn-based. Like, our FGO is unique in that I actually kind of enjoy the boss. I really enjoy the boss fights in FGO. When they've got a hard boss, like a real challenge quest or main story fight, I really like the boss fights in FGO. But that's the exception. I generally find turn-based games boring as shit. Like, if I want to play a turn-based game, I want it to be more like, you know, XCOM or Fire Emblem, you know, that kind of turn-based. That's more fun. But like that typical, like, camera behind your units, just going back and forth. Oh my god, that's so boring, dude. But, you know, I'll try, again, I'll try to be open-minded about it. because you know, not Arc Knights, FGO has surprisingly good boss fights, so you never know. But there's no way I'm gonna love the game because I just do not like the characters. Unless they add like Sunleaf. They're just, I have no faith in that company though. They have 3 games and all 3 of their games have never added a unique character ever. Like 3 games and they've never added a Chad, a robot, a monster, an old dude, and anything. Nothing. It's all the same shit. Everyone's a supermodel. Right? All the time. They're all like fucking, you know, 20 years old or younger all the time. And they made like 3 or 4 games now and every single one of their games is like that. Like, I don't even know how you're like, I swear you'd end up making something more diverse by accident. So like, I don't know how they've kept it that way for so long. Honkai only has 1 playable male character and it's the player character and it's only in like a specific game mode. Like the general gameplay, you cannot play any males. George shuts down this first stage so hard because she's not AoE. I don't know, maybe later they added another dude. I don't keep up with their shit. Now, Honkai has 1 playable male character, as far as I'm aware. But he's only playable in like a certain game mode, and it's also the player character. And people got mad. People got like super mad when they did that, and that's why I think they never did it again. It's not even about being unique. It's about just having variety, right? Like, you don't need to be different. I think trying to be unique is bad, right? That's how you get shit like Van Gogh. Like, you know, if your goal is to be unique, you're just forcing it. But like, if you're coming up with like different characters, like, how are you not gonna make like an old war veteran or like a robot or, you know, like, I just don't see how they just somehow everyone's 20 years old or younger and everyone looks like a fashion model. It's like, how is that the only thing you can come up with? Like, if that's the bulk of it, that's fine. You know, it's fantasy. I'm not expecting it to be realistic. I'm not offended, right? But it's just dull as shit. Yeah, I know that Ito character in Genshin looks like a fucking noodle, dude. The thing is, like I said, I think it's partially because like the Chinese market is like having growing pains. I think that's a big part of the issue. I wish we had killed on that turn. I'm risking losing my buffs. How did our crit chance just get worse? Good enough. Alright, now the part that matters. We got our evade still. Shingon is going to fucking die though. How much damage can we do? This is so much easier than Gwen. Like, what the hell? So much easier. We almost one-turned her on a scuffed as fuck account. We almost one-turned her. Well, she's got the big defense buff now. Now I could do the invulnerability, but I swear we can just face tank this. Mash might not be able to face tank it though. I mean, we're gonna win. There's no point in even risking anything. I can do like this. Just like let Mash die here. Actually, there's no point in taunting because if she attacked us, we'd get our NP. I mean, we win next turn. I could have done the evade on Mash for God's sakes if I wanted to. Can she do any damage to David? Yes, actually. If that was the upgraded Mash, like 4-star Mash, I don't think she would have. We'll give her the kill. Alright, I think Tristan is next. Which, that'll actually be a bit hard for this account. We'll see. We haven't had to put Roland to the test yet. But that'll be the one. If they could just rate up Charlemagne again, that'd be great. Want to get him to NP2 at least. Although, he might have been rated up a while ago and I just forgot to roll. I'm not sure. 100 face without her upgraded NP and without her third skill. And NP3. What a meme. Still better than a 60 Charlotte. Maybe true, actually. Depends on Charlotte's skill ranks. I think if you had a 60 Charlotte that was 10, 10, 10, NP5, I think he'd be a bit better. But she doesn't have the upgraded NPs, so she doesn't have the art down and stuff. Man, we need to get our Hans up. Actually, hold up. Can we get Hans up now? The thing is, you gotta get Hans's buff quest for his third skill. I'll wait. Although I'll at least just send him here. Never mind. I really need to play an event on this account. If you don't play events, you actually have a problem with statues. I just Hans with 2030 would really help us get some normal card damage going. What could go wrong? And then I do that, and then they're not humanoid. God, Mordred was so easy. That's so sad. Like, Gwaine took a few tries, and I had to like really think about the team setup and all that. And then Mordred, I just copy paste the same team and win even easier. Yeah, getting Siegfried would be nice, but they don't rate him up much. Nice. Crit again. I hoped. I'm probably not gonna roll on this account for a little while though, so I won't have any chances of spook. I might wait until Lost Bolt 4 and then roll story to get Asclepius. Kind of what I generally do, and it works out well. If she can't do 10k, I swear to fucking God. All right, no problem. I'm worried that IS-3 is gonna drop when Arcade Collab hits. It looks like the Arcade Collab though is gonna line up with Honkai, what is it, Star Rail or whatever the fuck. Although let's be honest, the collab will probably give us like half a stream worth of content, and then we'll have nothing to do, and then I'll just play the Star Rail after as like the bonus stream. They probably did do that on purpose, to be honest. Companies actually do that a lot. It's very common. That voice line. But yeah, the arcade collab is probably gonna suck. The last two collabs were terrible, so. Hit me. There you go. Now hit me again. You coward. And by that, he's actually being smart. He's super dead now, though. Bazett fucking people up, man. Bazett on NP5 is just ridiculous. Like, if she was NP1 or 2, wouldn't be nearly this good. She's basically an easy win against every cavalry class stage, and then she's basically useless against all the knight class stages. Exactly 115. Probably knights. All right. We don't need George here at all, but hopefully we won't get that far back in the team. So, chat, when this account beats Guadia, maybe we do, Shimosa and maybe I want Shimosa definitely because it's the hardest. And then the end of Agartha is pretty hard, but the rest of Agartha is boring. So I don't know if we bother. Like, the only part about, like, Agartha that puts an account to the test is the ruler pillar. But the rest of it sucks. So we might just do Shimosa, then move on. We'll see though. The first one's not bad either, though. Like Lobo and all that is not too bad. But we actually streamed that recently, so I'd probably give that a rain check for a bit. Oh, music's looping, but you know what? I'll let this song finish because it's good. He gets to stay. Yeah, I imagine Bazett would fuck up Megalos big time. That'll do. Alter Ego is fine against Ruler, but it's not like good. It's like, you know, Avenger and Berserker are the way to generally deal with Rulers. They're definitely better than Alter Ego, but they can work. If your Berserkers are all kind of like meh, then an Alter Ego can be a good idea. Or if it's just really hard to protect the Berserker because of the, like, maybe an AoE attacking boss or something. Like a Demon Pillar, right? Huh. That might look weird, but I don't want the Lancers to kill David. I'd say Arcade has a better chance of being good than normal just because it is a highly, like, desired collab. And even though the last two collabs were really phoned in and weren't any better than any other event, they're just glorified dailies, those were exceptions. Now, they may stick to that trend, and the exception might be the new rule. So absolutely it's possible that the Arcade collab is going to be garbage, but, you know, we'll see. I'm not really looking forward to anything until the anniversary, because there's just... And even then, I'm pretty skeptical because, I mean, all they hired was college kids. That doesn't give me much confidence, but it could help their workflow, potentially, because that's blatantly the problem. And that stuff takes a good while to work its way down the pipeline, so I think FGO is just going to be dead for a while, and it just is what it is. We're probably not getting the class tree system anytime soon. Click all of the buttons. Okay, this guy is the biggest threat by a lot. I don't know if she's gonna do 117k though. If I had the defense down, maybe. I can NP this one, but that's kind of a waste. I think I just wait to NP with her then. Or I wait to NP with David. That's probably the better way. Although if I do skill steal someone, that's good for Bazett, but good luck making all that work. That was a bit startling. How about that green hill zone, though? So, Richard the Lionheart, though, didn't even hit this guy. How does she not have the first evade pinged off yet? I guess I NP this one because he'll probably die. No defense buff. Creamhilda zone, yeah. Who do you think the anniversary servant will be? There is no way to know. Like, there's no clear option anymore, and there's so much like story we haven't seen yet. Like, for all we know, like, there's gonna be an is it order call? Whatever the fuck. Filler. There's gonna be a stupid filler story, right, that could happen like just a little bit before the anniversary. And then whenever that happens, that normally, you know, that thing becomes the anniversary servant, right? So, yeah, well, who knows? And like, God knows who's gonna be relevant in those stories, so we'll just have to wait and see. David O'Clock here. Their filler call, that's the right name. That's crazy, he did that much damage to David. Holy fuck! And we're counterclassing him out here. God, Rainbow Chains have made low star, like, beat stick a lot more bearable. Actually, they may well make Ort playable, but if they were gonna do it, it wouldn't be anytime soon at all. It'd be like, you know, 3.0, 4.0, some wacky story that involves space nonsense, and some, you know, weird thing happens, and, you know, because it's, like, beneficial to his own self-survival, you know, he sides with you or whatever, because that's kind of the way he works. So, if they wanted to do it, like... Seriously, does anyone doubt that they could come up with some convoluted bullshit story to justify Ort on our side? Does anyone think they can't do that? We have a fucking, like, Greek nymph that has, like, half the memories of Van Gogh, okay? Like, who's connected to the outer gods. Like, what? Right? Like that, we have so much convoluted nonsense that is, like, way more, you jump the shark than Ort being playable. So, you know, again, I don't think it certainly wouldn't happen in 2.0 and whatnot, but you know, way down the road, I could see them doing it. Just like how I don't think they wanted to make Tiamat playable in really close to Babylonia, but way after the fact, I don't think they mind, right? And I think it's kind of the same thing. So they might do it. But I'm not gonna be shocked either way. Like, straight up, if he never gets added, I'm not surprised. And if he does get added, I'm not surprised. Now, the only thing that would surprise me is if he got added soon. That would surprise me. That would have been useful last turn, but take what I can get. Same for Zeus, though. Like, when Zeus didn't get added, I was like, yeah, he's not getting added anytime soon. But if he does get added, it's gonna be way down the road where it's really detached from the story, and there's like it's like, hey guys, we can revisit Greek mythology again because it's been a while, right? That's the kind of thing that would do it. Now, Batman, that one I'm very confident is gonna get added. And he could be added soon, but they might make us wait on that one too. I actually think they're gonna make us wait now, because if he was gonna be added soon, he would have been added like for White Day or something like that. They had some obvious like chances to add him and they didn't, so I think they're gonna make us wait a long time on that one. But I do think he's gonna get added. Then Maxwell might get added as well. Anytime they do a good event, there's a chance. But he's most likely to get added if they do something very red line specific. I'd actually say he's almost guaranteed to get added if they do that. It is frustrating, though, when you've got characters like Agravain not getting added, but then they just bullshit up some new character we've never heard of just some random ass waifu, you know, flavor of the month that's forgotten about in no time, and they just spawned out of nothing, and they just make up an event for that character, and then that's it. Like, at least with Britomart, she's connected to Lost Belt 6. Although I think she's more like the human history version of the Faye. But anyway, she at least has some kind of connection to like other things. Where like there's that wolf girl, there's the caster, the quick caster, and all that. They just created them out of nowhere, and then they're just gone, and then no one remembers. But Britomart was pretty random still. Like, she's not as random, but she's still pretty fucking random. Yeah, the AoE assassin lady, I forget how to pronounce her name. She at least looks cool, but and there was like the Berserker, with the T and all that. Like, Jesus, dude. Like, they're just forgotten about so quickly. Like, I just wish instead of making events like that, where they just make up some Japanese or Chinese bullshit, I wish what they would do is just like, hey, let's make an event that we can add Agravain with, right? So let's just do some singularity, you know, based on anything English related or even French related or whatever the, you know, just Europe related, and just make Agravain part of the cast. Probably Knights again. Maybe I should just do, like, do we really need Bazett just for the writer? I mean, she's good for the Berserkers too. Septum Part 2, God. Oh, that story, dude. Man, is it bad that even though Arcade could add something good, I just don't even, like, I have no expectation. Like, yeah, if they do a good animation update or a costume or whatever, that's great. I'll be happy, but I'm just expecting stupid. Yeah, I'm expecting generic daily farming, a new character I don't care about, and that's it. I'd be shocked if we got 4 new units. I would be very surprised if that happened. Like, that's optimistic. Like, they don't do shit like that anymore. You know, they used to, but man, they just don't do that. Like, they're so bare bones these last 2 years, even like 2.5 years. If I can kill this Chimera before countering, that'd be good, so she doesn't get fucked up. He's got the crit, but he's got the rainbow. Got way less attack, though. There's no way that's gonna kill. Damn it, if I don't rainbow, I don't have, like, crit chance. Just crit anyway. They are never adding Remus. It'd be cool if they did, but the only way I see them adding Remus, I can see two options here. One, someone makes Fate like roam the book or something like that. and they use Remus there. The other is if we make it to like FGO 5.0, right? Then they just might get around to it. But yeah, it doesn't seem very likely. You know, maybe I should have gotten NP gain that. Why is Bazette's sound effect so freaking loud? Honestly, Lizangle is more like DW 0.5 because a lot of staff quit. Like, it's new management, right? So that's a noticeable difference, but like a lot of people quit. So, like, honestly, they're not even that connected. People act like, oh, they're just DW again. They're not. Like, enough people quit and enough management moved around that they are a new thing. They're just worse, which is saying something because DW sucked. I mean, these sucked balls. Man, if David had his NP buff, he would one-shot this guy. You don't even have crit buffs, dude. If he had his crit damage buff, I think we might have died there. Even though we're a fucking archer. The Spriggan experience, by the way. Jesus. Why didn't I just do the David Brave chain? What am I doing? That didn't do as much damage as I was hoping. We messed up. Good thing he couldn't do his buffs there, I guess. I don't know. That turn he did more damage, so it's kind of debatable. If I had leveled her skills, she could cast this again. Also, she would have gotten more NP the first time. And more NP this time, so she could NP right now. You know, Bazette's NP really doesn't matter here. Let's not kid ourselves. We got him. It's fine. Look at that nice rainbow chain. I mean, I don't think people mind Spriggans. It's just LOL when you get one shot and you're an archer and it was like turn one. But I think Spriggans are actually fairly popular. Out of all those like mini boss enemies, if you could have one of them to be playable, I actually think a lot of people would pick Spriggan. If it was like the classics, like if it was Giant Ghost, Giant Dragon, Spriggan, maybe Chimera counts. Yeah, out of those four, I'd pick Spriggan. If they added 30-second unskippable ads into FGO, I'm pretty sure I would quit as well. The insult there would just be unreal, dude. I'd have to switch to Arknights. Like, there's not much that would get me to quit, honestly, because I like Fate a lot. I'd at least always stick with it to play the main story, but man, if they added fucking ads like that, I'm out. Yeah, I think a lot of people would. I think that would be the push that would really get a lot of people to be like, okay, this just is not... This is not worth it anymore. I have so little damage support for Bazett. She doesn't have her third skill. Where's my budget quick support, man? I'm gonna have to level Matahari. Like, unironically, that's gonna have to happen. I wish Matahari had item construction. Obviously, that makes no sense lore-wise, but it does suck that if you want to get those defense downs, you can get randomly guarded. Although, it's not bad for Bazett, because Bazett obviously is not going to be fighting knight classes. And knight classes are normally the ones that have magic resist. So, it's not actually too bad. For this account, anyway. I guess I just keep David for the attack buff. You know what? We could bring Tom away for the attack. No, she's got the defense down. This is our weird copium damage support for Bazett. You'd have too many passives then. Yeah, one passive. It's kind of dumb too, because she doesn't have presence concealment, and lore-wise she doesn't, so that's why she doesn't have the passive. But, like, instead of presence concealment, she has espionage, lore-wise. So why isn't espionage her passive, right? Like, it's silly. Creamhilda, calm down. Like, holy shit, lady. Relax. Man, if you told her that, she'd, like, fucking bite your head off. Like, that would be such a dumb thing to say. Let's see. I actually want David's NP, but there's no way to do that. I hope Bazett doesn't kill this. This is complicated. Trying to get... Okay, do this. That way, she gets some NP gain no matter what. Do I just counter this? Nah. The defense up. Yeah, the heal's not that big right now. It'll save me more life. Do we fight a giant dragon out here? I think we actually do. I have memories of that. How come when I taunt David, they triple attack, but then if I Bazett taunt, they just like, skill time! We are getting a lot of value out of that, though. Like, David's evade is still on these two, so, like, she won't... Grimhilda won't be vulnerable that much. Okay, you can stop. You can stop now. You want to hit one of the other units. Look at this. David's almost got his evade back. Like, brah, you want to hit Creamhilda one time? Watch them triple attack Creamhilda and, like, attack and then double crit, and she's dead. I don't know why I'm giving them ideas right now. I think he only has 2 actions per turn. I'm not... Let's see. Yep. Well, he did crit Creamhilda, but that was the one we blocked. I want to point out, even though we taunted David, we healed him and he had the defense up, so he's back to full health, and somehow he's still gotten this low, and Bazett has never even been attacked. Now, she couldn't be attacked on this one turn, and also there was the turn where we switched waves, but, like, holy shit, what the hell? Well, time for Bazett to get 200%. What is that NP gain? That's with no buffs, by the way. Balanced unit. Oh, great, he's AoE. So if I evade, it's just gonna whiff on Bazett again. But I probably should so we don't die. Alright, chat. Let's see what Bazett can do. She's super overcharged. I think she's max. She's got a decent amount of buffs relative to how shit this account is. And the boss has to triple attack. Because we're skill sealing him. No, that was 400% overcharged. We actually aren't max. We're one off. Still, our attack up is huge. 95k. Let's go. Don't you kill David. You son of a bitch. Killed him by 100 life. 107k on that last one. Good job, 100 Face. You showed him who's boss. I mean, technically, you already have stackable evade and, well, stackable invulnerability because you can do, like, Castoria's invulnerability and then regular invulnerability. But then the game is really stupid because it uses the wrong one first, so it's not very practical. The king is dead. Rip. Probably the same team, really. This might... Wait, this is probably the fight with Hassan's, I think. If so, let's go mash. Getting there. We'll beat Camelot before this is full, but it'll be like in here. Oh god, we have Aussie. Man, I might ban Bazett for the Aussie pillar because that'll just be kind of boring. I kind of want to highlight like a random scuffed gold unit. I don't want to do, like, for a video, I don't want to do a low star because I've already got so much content for that. Oh, well, that's not the Hassan's. I am disappointed. You can kill this. Just crit. Or not, you don't even need it. Yeah, we could use Kriemhilda, that'd be interesting. She's not great for that fight, but she's not the worst. If she had some survivability, she'd be a lot better. Damn. You couldn't have crit with either of those? Trying to kill a guy out here. Also, she got NP drained. Not bad. Oh my god, will you stop doing that? And you make less NP when hitting assassins anyway. Gonna have to use her battery. Yeah, ghosts are so awful. You get less NP when attacking them. They drain your NP. Sometimes they stun or NP seal you and crap like that. and their crit chance is higher because they're assassins, and they get their NP quickly. They're just absolutely awful. Oh, that emote. Here, I got an emote that goes along with that. There we go. I love this emote so much. Well, he's dead. Yeah. I wonder if the Hassan from Fate Lost is the missed one. I haven't read. I know the first book is out, but I haven't read any of it at all. So I don't know if they've hinted at that or what. I have no clue. I'll have to look into that though. See what the fuck is going on. Like I don't know if the writing is good and that kind of stuff for Fate Lost. I love the premise, but you know, if the writing is bad, it won't matter. Wait, is Dead Island 2 already out? I thought that wasn't for a while. That game looked kind of fun. Looked like a big step up from the original. Shit, I didn't... Man, if I had known that, I might have streamed it. A little late now. That's interesting. Yeah, I've read Strange Fake. I haven't read the latest book. I don't think it's even translated anyway, but I've read the rest of it. Man, I was thinking about this yesterday after the stream because we were talking about, you know, the writing of the different books and anime and stuff. And like, dude, APOC's not perfect. It absolutely isn't. It has huge flaws. There's plenty of things I don't like about APOC, and there's a lot of objective criticism like to be made. But I like the books of APOC so much more than the anime, dude. Like, it has some really good moments that are just not in the anime or are just butchered so much that they're so much dumbed down. Like, I never really even liked Mordred. When I finally read, because this was before the anime, when I finally got around to reading the APOC books, I didn't really like Mordred because I was like, it's just another Artoria clone and whatever. But like the Mordred flashbacks are really interesting and were done pretty well. And that's what made me a fan of Mordred's character. And they're just so butchered in the anime. Like, it's so bad. And then a VC Braun. Dude, the fight scene, I know I say it every goddamn time, but the fight scene with Adam is so good in the books. And it is so bad in the anime. And it's like, what are we doing? So, like, there was a lot of high points in APOC that I really, really liked that are just not in the anime. And those high points do, you know, help offset the low points, which there absolutely are. So, yeah, the new volume of Strange Fate came out like what, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago now. It's still recent, but been a little bit. No, Babylonia is like they were written at, well. It kind of depends. Like they were written at like similar times, but they're not. It doesn't really work that way. It's more like Nasu and the writer of Fate Strange Fate are good friends, and they were just talking about that stuff in advance. But they're not really that related. The only real connection between Babylonia and Fate Strange Fate is Bull of Heaven, and then the writer of Fate Strange Fate read Babylonia, and he said this. He read Babylonia, and because he liked Ishtar in that, he decided to make his Ishtar play a more prominent role in the story, which I actually think is bad, and it really shows. It doesn't work very well, and that part seems pretty forced to me. But anyway, that's like the only thing like they're really connected. Like it's not like Tomoe is in, you know, actually I guess Tomoe is in Babylonia, but like she's not in Fate Strange Fate. Like their casts have almost nothing in common other than you know, the what do you call it, the Sumerian. I always forget how to say it. Sumerian. I think Samaritan, right? Which is like a person of Samaria. I have such a hard time remembering that. Anyway, the Sumerian stuff is about the only connection there. You know, and it's, how do I put this? It's more like how do I explain this? It's like a lot of the stuff in Fate, it's the other way around. Like a lot of the stuff in Fate Strange Fake that's more connected to Babylonia is because the writer read Babylonia, right? It's not the other way around. I mean, it's more like mentioned, and that's like a cameo. And that again, it's really arbitrary to point out any connection to Babylonia and then ignore, you know, Waver and fucking the you know, Red Hood and all this other shit that's connected. Like Fate Rage Fake basically makes it a point to like reference every Fate work that has ever existed, right? So it's like, oh wow, then when they did anything related to Babylonia, that makes it special. It's like, not really. It's kind of just Fate Strange Fake things. I'm pretty sure the writer even said he did that on purpose to like go out of his way to make, like, to reference every fucking, I mean, Ort is in Fate Strange Fake, for God's sakes. Oh, I'm sure there's references to Extra. I'd have to, like, I'm sure they've mentioned Nero or something, right? I'm sure they've done, like, he has referenced fucking everything. All right, what the hell am I fighting right now? Can't be Mordred or anything. Yeah, the whole Red Hood thing is from Fate Hollow. And I think they mentioned Angra. Oh yeah, of course they do. Yeah, because they have the Grail juice that corrupts Hercules. I mean, a lot of stuff is referenced in, you know, passing, so it's not always a big deal. I would actually say Fate Strange Fake, like, it kind of just pulls from everything, but it actually plays off of Fate Zero a good bit, especially when it was, because you got to remember, Fate Strange Fake was in the planning stages so long ago, right? Because back then, all we really had for Enkidu was Fate Zero. Like, that was it. And even Babylonia, which came way later, that's after Fate Strange Fake. And Babylonia doesn't use Enkidu, it uses Kingu, and they absolutely are different. So like that stuff is coming from Fate Zero, and then like obviously Waver, and all that stuff. But you got a lot from like, what is it called? Case Files, right? With like Flat and all that. And Gray is in Fate Strange Fake. Not in it a lot, but she's in it a bit. I think she's an adult by then too, I think. Am I getting my stories confused? Like, I know in one of the stories you see adult Gray, and I think it's Fate Strange Fake, but I read the earlier books of Fate Strange Fake so many years ago that I might be getting, maybe it's APOC or something. I don't fucking remember. I just know one of the books out there, you have adult Gray in it for just a bit, but I don't remember which one it is. Is it Labyrinth? You know, you might be right. Maybe it is Labyrinth. God, that's a book no one fucking remembers. That's because, though, it was written right before Fate blew up. Like, right before Fate started getting a lot of interest in it, it came out. So, it just completely went under the radar. Like, if it was written now, it would have gotten plenty of focus. Yeah, Robin is in Labyrinth. Labyrinth is Medea, Artoria, Robin Hood, Curse Arm, Asterios. I think I'm forgetting something else. There's at least one other one. But that's like the meat of it right there. Got no other archers. Alright. The sad thing about Asterios was Fate Labyrinth was written during like the pre-production of FGO, and they knew they were going to use Asterios in FGO. So they do the whole thing where they write Asterios in a way where they couldn't accidentally write him wrong and like step on the toes of FGO. So he's not like he's like summoned improperly. So he's not like his full self. And yeah, they just did that because Asterios didn't have a fully defined character yet, so they didn't want to mess up. They do that all the time in early like FGO stuff and some of the books around there. But I think he still has his, I think he at least had him use the Labyrinth. I think. It's been a while. Mark has been a pain, feels bad. Hang in there, dude. Let's see, what are we doing? Probably fighting 2 Spriggans. I kind of want to buff right now, but we'll wait. So is his loincloth on the Spriggan made out of stone? Like what's happening here? Because it moves around like a cloth, right? How the hell does that work? I don't know why I waited to cast that. I don't know if normal carding this guy down is a good idea. You know what? I think I'm gonna taunt on Mash. Because he could honestly kill Tomoe here. I mean, look at these buffs. If he crit, it's game over. Wow, I wonder how much crit chance each one of these is worth. That's kind of crazy he didn't crit there. It might be like 10%, and his base rate might be 10%, so he's probably around 50 there. That's still lucky for me, but would explain that. All right, chat. What's a character you want to see in FGO that isn't an NPC already, right? So someone that we've never seen a design for, like just something from history or legend or what have you. I don't know if I can say Green Knight anymore because we know he was going to get added, so I'm not sure that counts. Hades doesn't count. I mean, we never saw his design, but he's definitely like an established character already. Like something that's just like we have nothing for, right? So for me, that'd be like Butch Cassidy, I think. Or maybe like the Red Baron. Uther, that's pushing it. That's pushing it. Darth Vader, that's not gonna happen. That's a collab. Funnily enough, though, if you think about like what modern storytelling is and like what a lot of myths are, it's the same thing. Like, I mean, they just made up Zeus and made stories about it and stuff. Right, it's not. There's no real distinction. If you think, if you look through, like, let's say, like humanity survives another 3,000 years, right? And so 3,000 years from now, if they're looking back at it, they're not gonna see a distinction between the stories we made up and whatnot versus the Greeks and stuff. So, but yeah, it's not old enough. It don't count. Darwin, they would never do that. It's too controversial. It shouldn't be, but it is, I would think. Well, maybe not in Japan. Maybe they would do it. I don't know. That one. He's not very famous in Japan, though. Thank you for the 37 months, Shiro Blue. That's a name. And being a Jekyll lover is tough. Maybe someday, though. Someday. Dude, oh, God. that round of buffs where they buffed Jekyll and it was Silver Assassin, I wanted it to be Jekyll so bad. I stayed up late until they revealed it, and when it got revealed and I saw it was Jekyll, I was so happy. And then I did the buff quest and I was so unhappy. Like that, the letdown. But anyway, yeah, Darwin I don't think is nearly as famous in Japan, so I don't know if they would really think about it. Galileo they might do. That could happen. They're not gonna do Tolkien. Like, absolutely not. He still has like lots of family and whatnot alive, so not a chance. How many blue apples do I got? 175. Is this just more Spriggans? I really don't remember this part. You know they're just gonna extend copyright law by the time Tolkien's work would become free domain. The amount of times that they've extended copyright is ridiculous. And they what's so messed up too is it's because of Disney. Like almost every time they extend copyright law, it's directly because Disney's lobbying like outrageous amounts of money. But what's stupid is the characters that Disney is trying to force to stay in copyright are characters that were created by people that died so long ago now that they have no business. Like at this point, the company of Disney is so far removed from the people that worked there. You know, it's so fucking long ago in the black and white, you know, cartoon era. It's just absurd, right? It's ridiculous that they're able to do it, but that's what lobbying will get you, so. Boy, I should have brought a Rosh again. I don't think they'd add Einstein either. I think that'd be too controversial, especially in Japan. I really doubt Japan sees Einstein as favorably as the rest of the world. Probably should have attacked the other guy. Well, close. Let's brave chain this guy. Dude, they hate American stuff. We're not getting Benjamin Franklin. That is not happening. Like they are such shits to American stuff. White Death would be really cool. I don't think he's very famous in Japan though. Not that should stop them, but the way FGO's been done recently, it's very Chinese and Japanese centric. Which kind of annoys me because Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night, Fate APOC, Fate Extra, you know, all the original stuff was very much not like that. Here's the thing, people bring up Ricky Boy all the time, but that's not as good of an argument as you think, right? Like, the exception proves the rule, and then also just look at it statistically. How often do they do things like Ricky? And then now think about every obscure legend or character out there. Now think about the odds of you getting in, right? Like, just because like one time they did something unbelievably obscure, if anything, that highlights how unlikely it is. Because Like that, there's so many unlikely candidates like that, and they do it so rarely that yeah, exceptions prove the rule, not the other way around. That's a mistake people make a lot these days, I find. Yeah, I agree. It's good to add obscure stuff. I'm not arguing against any of these things. I'm just saying, if you look at the track record of FGO, they don't seem very likely. Not at all what I thought the final wave was going to be. I think we're going to fight the Hounds of Agravain next. You can kill one of these without critting, I think. Or without the attack buff. He needs to do 76k. Don't low roll. Should be no problem though. Oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, I have no drop frames. We're at 0.0 drop frames, so it's not on my end. There's a lot of things that can cause issues on Twitch, though, that aren't... Like, first off, your internet can have problems that you don't notice, right? Sometimes your internet might have a fluctuation in its upload or its download, even though it's not enough to, like, cut your internet out. And that can cause a problem with, like, a streaming service for a few seconds and things like that. Like, absolutely. But also, you can have relative issues, like, where you are relative to the Twitch server you're connecting to, right? Stuff like that. There's a lot of random things that can go wrong with internet connections. Here's the thing, and I don't think even the biggest defenders of order calls, I don't think can dispute this. It's the wrong time. I didn't have a problem with Epic of Remnant, and I don't have a problem with the idea of doing another filler arc like that. You don't do it right before the finale of a story that's been going on for like 5.5 years. That's just moronic, right? It's like if they did Epic of Remnant after Babylonia, but before Solomon, right? You don't fucking do that. And it's such a disservice to the filler arc. It really is, because some of the premise sounds kind of interesting with like the the Tokyo Grail War and stuff like that. I could not remember the name of that, but anyway, so there's some potentially cool stuff there, but you're just taking away from it when you're putting it right before the goddamn finale of the story. It kills the momentum of both of them, right? It sucks. If they should have just done it after the finale, then I would have been like, yeah, cool. Just getting to something new. I'm all right with that. Yeah, this is the Hounds of Agravain. I remember you fought them after regular nights, and they're berserkers. Okay, let's see here. They do a lot of damage. Man, I wish I had leveled the Rosh. Oh, you know what? Excuse me. Bazett will be really good here. Silly me. Someone else that can buffer. I guess just David. David's kind of worth his weight here. I really am not expecting a lot out of the college students. It's like, it's Unity, for God's sake. That's such an irrelevant game engine at this point. I mean, you never know, though. We'll see. A lot of it comes down to, like, how the higher-ups at the company will try to prepare the new blood, right? If they do a good job or not. But I don't really see That being likely. %10 more damage. Higher attack stat too. I mean, the Lost Belt stuff's not over though. Like, I don't know if you just don't know anything about JP, but that's the thing. Like, the Lost Belt stuff's not over. That's the whole problem. We're still in the Lost Belt stuff. And they're just like, wait a minute. Filler arc. Yeah, bro, we've been in the Lost Belt saga for like almost 6 years. Actually, am I... Hold on. Hold on. God, spelling Anastasia is a, that's a mouthful. So, the Anastasia boss fight, right, from Lost Belt 1, which is not the beginning of Lost Belt, you had the prologue and all that before that. But that, I posted the video, which I'm normally kind of late to the party. I posted that April 2018. That is over 5 years ago. And obviously that boss fight released like maybe a week before that. And then, if I remember correctly, the start of Lost Belt was like the prologue, I think, was at the end of 2017, like December. Like, so the Lost Belt saga started in December of 2017. We are now in April of 2023, and we're still not done, right? Little ridiculous. And like, it's just such a dumbass time to do a filler arc. Like, God, we're gonna be here until 2025, dude. Holy shit. It's never gonna end. We never get to go home, chat. Practicing his villain monologue, yep. Little loud there. When in doubt, throw a coup at it a lot. Before I do this, do I have an... Man, I need to roll just to get copies of the 3 stars and stuff. I doubt... Yeah, well, I can get his anti-berserker. Should have done that a while ago. I don't really want to roll, though, until Lost Belt 4 because I want Asclepius. And then you can get Bedivere and all that. Maybe I might roll a little bit after Camelot to get Bedivere. Although that would kind of steal Roland's thunder. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I should probably just wait for Asclepius then. 115 on Proto Coup. That's an oof. Hey, Mala, what's up, man? How tough is this gonna be? Okay, there's 6 of them. That's gonna hurt. I don't know if she's gonna get 20% off a 1 art card, especially when hitting a berserker. Come on, hit her. Hit her. Come on. No, stop doing... What the fuck is wrong with you? Just triple attack mash for some reason. I don't know if she was worth healing, but we'll find out. You know, I could have NP'd with David right there to kill that guy. Ouch. Fuck. I should have done Buster NP quick, but I thought I could just kill it, so I didn't really care about being meta there. Extra attack? There we go. Still would have made more stars and stuff, and also would have made more refund. Don't crit. 50 stars. I should have given her the heal, though. Also, well, we didn't really need the attack buff. Yeah, Protoku's awesome. Animation update, for the love of God, let's go. His gameplay's pretty good since he got his NP buff. Not as good as Ku, but he's still really solid. And when you do fight a wild beast, super good. Wow, they are fucking us up. Probably should have cast that last turn. I'm not really sure why I didn't. I can kill this one. Don't really need to, though. Nah, I'll do it so I get the overkill. Got overkill and crit. This is actually going smoother than normal. I think Bazett is just kind of broken for this kind of thing. Also, David and Mash gave us a lot of survivability. Like, I had a lot of turns there where I could do the invulnerability, her evade, and the Mysticode evade. Can't you just kill this guy? Because then we could, like, super fuck up the other one. Yeah, it's Agravain's, dudes. Or we just one-shot him, alright. That was way easier than, like the Steno account. I remember the Steno account having a bit of a problem there. One day. One day. Pretty lame he's not playable yet, honestly. Oh, I know we have that one fight coming up where you fight like Serenity and the demons or whatever. That one is a bit of a bitch too. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I need to like throw something in the toaster oven or something. I'm kind of starving to death here. I don't know how you forget about Agravain. I mean, they even said they wanted to add him as a playable character twice. And then you got the Camelot movie, which expanded his role a little bit. Stuff. So it's like, the shit are we doing? Also 6 would have been the time. Why is Tiamat playable, but Zeus isn't? I'm back. What I said, chat, was why is Agravain not in Lost Belt 6? And like, imagine how much better the Morgan betrayal scene would be if it involved Agravain. Right? And then I said, why is Tiamat playable, but Zeus isn't? Because the community's like defense of why Zeus isn't playable and shouldn't be playable is because he's a chief deity. But Tiamat's a fucking primordial deity, which trumps that a good bit. So, doesn't make a lot of sense. Remember when everyone was like, no, you can't summon gods. Remember that? And then summoning gods became really common. And then they're like, okay, you can't summon chief gods. And now we summoned a fucking primordial god. So, yeah, the only primordial deities right now that are known in Fate is Tiamat and Chaos. And I guess Abzu, because there's no way... they never say he's a primordial deity, but of course he is. Like, they mention him in Tiamat's profile, the beast profile. And if she's primordial, he is too. Like, clearly. So, I guess it's 3. But we know very little about him. Spriggan. I think there's 3 Spriggans here. Am I cutting off part of the screen here? Probably, but whatever. Wait. You guys can't see my cursor, can you? I always turn it off when I record videos. Well, I try to anyway. Alright. I guess you keep them alive, so Spriggan doesn't attack a lot, but then that could kill David. That's annoying. Well, one step at a time here. Amazing David NP gain. Alright, chat. Hector versus Roland. Who do you like more? Hector, Roland, Hector. I'd have to go with Hector too. Wow, Hector fucking obliterated Roland there. Man, they must be missing out, because like if Hector was a 4-star and was randomly rated up at some point, they probably would have made some money off of him, because Hector actually, I gotta agree, Hector is pretty cool, and even though he was barely in Lost Belt 5, that was such an awesome part that he was in. Wow, though, Roland just got obliterated. But yeah, that was a huge win for Hector. Okay, chat, we're gonna raise the stakes. Actually, we're gonna lower the stakes. I don't even know why I'm asking this, but we gotta have losers bracket for Roland, I guess. It's not really a losers bracket, but Roland versus Ricky. And Ricardo. This is a slaughter, but we gotta give Roland a chance, but yeah, I didn't think so. I haven't seen a single Roland so far. And I gotta go with Ricky too. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Now, Hector versus Ricardo, Ricky boy. I think I know who's gonna win, but I got a tough one after this. Does anyone see the theme that I'm going for here, by the way? Does anyone see? Wow. Hector doing better. At least Hector got a vote. He got 3 votes, 4 votes. Like he's got his fans, but yeah, Ricky definitely winning that. Jesus Christ. Does anybody see the theme here though? Okay, Hector did hang a little bit there, but they're really close. I'd rate Ricky and Hector very close in my book. The theme is Durandal. True. I'm surprised. Took chat a second there, and as such, we're not done yet. Okay, Ricky versus Gilgamesh. That's probably going to be a bit harder. I think Ricky might still win though. We'll see. I'd have to go with Gilgamesh on that one. I do love Ricky boy, but I got to go with Gilgamesh on that one. Oh, it's a bloodbath on that one. Looks like Gil's actually winning a little bit, but that's a bloodbath. Jesus Christ. That's the closest one we've seen. There's still a decent amount of Ricky in there. I think Gil still won that one though. So I guess Gilgamesh is the winner of the Durandal Cup. Let's see, is there anyone else Durandal related? I don't think so. So wow, Roland is at the bottom. Imagine that. That's funny. So I guess it goes Roland at the bottom, then Hector, then Ricky, then Gil. Lancelot had it for 5 seconds and 0. Did he? I know he does in the anime. I don't remember if he does in the book. His consolation prize is the sword. Alright, why not? Ricky versus Lancelot. That's a really loose connection to Durandal, but why not? Looking like a bloodbath again. I'm actually not sure. For like cool factor, I'd go with Lancelot. But Ricky's pretty likable, so I don't know. That's tough. I'm not actually sure. Looks like I'm not the only one that's undecided. That one is close though. That is a lot of Ricky and Lancelot in chat there. Yeah, we might need a poll for that one. I don't know if we got it. Okay, chat. I need to find a regular that wants to be a mod, but it has to be a regular that I trust the judgment of. And I'm not gonna lie to you. There's several of you here that I don't trust your judgment. But we could use an extra mod or two. Like, I trust Zerp. I trust Mala. I don't trust Ort. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The chat right now. Okay, we gotta NP this guy. I would never make the evil one a mod. I'd have to like... I'd have to get got really bad for that to happen. Come on, David. Come on. There we go. Oh, here's a Robotnik theme. That's an oldie. I might have to like start putting like a second tab up that I just have in mod view all the time. That way if I want to make a poll or whatever, I can do it quick. Like I can delete, ban, and timeout real easy, but if I want to make a poll, it's kind of a pain. Here's the problem with mods, and I'm just gonna say this. I don't have any reason to sugarcoat this. People always see like the mod thing as like a status thing, and it's like fuck off, it's not. Right? It's about actually being good at being a mod and being objective and then understanding what like the streamer wants, right? And so many people, they want to be a mod to be special. That's not the fucking point. And the people that want it to be special are the people that should never be a mod. That's the thing. And it's not unique for Twitch. I mean, that's how Discord is and everything else. Reddit. You know, it's just, yeah, it's not even power trip. It's like wanting to be special, and they're just not getting the point. It's way more about temperament and that kind of thing. Wow, there's another Spriggan here. Man, Roland was not a great pick because the Lancers are more there to, like, limit the Spriggan. That's not too bad. Also, I don't blame this. And see, here's the thing. The smart, mature people, right, that can be level-headed about it, they don't want to be a mod because they're like, why do I want to exert that much effort and have to deal with all this toxic nonsense, like, and be the bad guy, right? So, like, smart people generally are just like, no, I'm good. But I don't blame them, so. I could probably pick off one of these here without it like being a big deal. Yeah. Although they might not kill it. Oh, not at all. What do? This might not kill because we don't have charisma here. Oh, we got anti-berserker though. I actually think being a stream mod for like a stream like the size of mine or Kairos is not that bad because all you really have to do is time out people that are like backseating or posting sussy links. Well, you ban sussy links generally, right? You time out people being twats, and that's pretty much it. And you don't have to do that very often, right? So for smaller streams, I think it's way easier to be a Twitch mod than like a Discord mod. I think Discord mod is just death. God, it's just the most, it's so much bullshit. But there's like very little modding work that actually needs to be done on a stream. It really is just timing out random people that are like backseating or being, you know, toxic and that kind of shit. But yeah, Discord is hell on earth. It's also more active, so you have to like watch it more. So yeah, fuck that. I wish though I could be a Discord mod on my own Discord. And you might ask, well, what do you mean? You're an admin. The thing is, there's a huge difference between when an admin does something. That, by the way, I'm just revealing the curtain here, right? I'm showing the man behind the curtain. Most streamers will be very hands-off with their Discord, and there's a reason for that. First off, they want to keep some degree of like mystique, right? So it's like more special to interact with them when they're streaming. This is actually a thing, by the way. So you don't want to be like too active on your own Discord because it makes you too relatable, if anything, right? And then if you're very detached from your own Discord, when you have the ass clowns on Discord and your mods just ban them, right? They can't blame the streamer, right? So they get mad at the mod, and they don't get mad at the streamer. Where if the streamer is really active on the Discord, then they can be like, oh well, the streamer's behind it all, right? Blah 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 blah. But by the way, this is all very real. By the way, this is actually very like. Especially for like the larger the streamer, the more this is a thing. Like most streamers are going to be very hands off with their Discord, and that way their Discord mods can be the bad guy, right? Good cop, bad cop, that kind of thing. It's absolutely a thing. Also, it's time, right? Obviously, they don't have time to be like involved with it. The larger your stream is, but like This is something I've learned from like Discord, right? Like Discord is a very toxic environment. I'm just gonna say that. Now there could, you can meet cool people on Discord, of course, but what I see a lot on Discord is you have people that they intentionally try to dance around the rules, and then but they're bringing the community down super hard. They're toxic, they're annoying, they're talking all the time. They like live on Discord, right? They have to put their 2 cents in on everything anyone ever says. But they're intentionally trying to not blatantly break rules, right? And then if you ban them, they always play victims so hard. Oh my god, dude! Like I remember I can't remember their names, but there was these guys on my Discord that were just so obnoxious, like blatantly. They were just constantly being shits, and they were like they lived on Discord for whatever reason. So like they would never shut the fuck up, and so I just banned them. And they did break some rules, but they were just so annoying. Like fuck them, right? I don't care. And then I remember when they got banned, they just played victims so hard and acted like it was so unfair and blah 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 blah. You know, just ignoring, you know, how obviously they're just being like shitters. And that just happens all the time, right? And like those kinds of people will always cause drama. Like and I've seen it. Anytime you ban people like that, they just get replaced by another one, right? And then you ban that one, and then they cause drama, and they get replaced by another one. There's like this void on like social media that will always be filled. Like it just has to be. But so my point is, for the content creator, be them YouTube or streaming or whatever, it's really useful for them to be very detached from their Discord. That way your mods can just go bloodbath mode. And every time you have these just assholes like that, you just get rid of them. And they can't, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Say, oh, the Discord mods are lame? Everyone's gonna agree with that anyway and pay it no mind, right? So yeah, it's a very common tactic to be detached like that. Can I kill them both? Probably. I'm gonna have a bad time if I can't. Why is the playlist not working? There we go. Yeah, it's a little late now, but boy, if you want to do Lancelot versus Mandricardo, which you might ask, what the fuck is that? It's because we were doing everyone that's related to Durandal, and chat was like, well, Lancelot held Durandal for like 5 seconds, so. Man, I'm surprised no one's died yet. I'm actually, this is kind of a low-key stage, right? But I think I've played it pretty well, all things considered. That's why we've gotten this far without someone. Because I've lost this stage on other accounts before, I remember. Things are gonna fall apart a bit now, though, I suspect. So my food is ready, but I want to vote on the poll, so I gotta wait. Surely I can live on Roland another turn here. I don't know if David's gonna get his NP there, but he wouldn't have killed the one Lancer. Alright, poll's up. Boy, you're not helping. So if Ricky wins, I guess we'll do Ricky versus Gilgamesh. We already did that, and it looked like Gil won, but we can do that just to be sure. Yeah, we got Ricky Boy or Lancelot. Looks like Ricky's winning. Like Lancelot's keeping up. It's not like a complete blowout. He's 7 votes behind, but it looked like Ricky's got it. All right, Ricky won. We already did Hector, and Hector's rounds were so obvious, there's no point. Like, Hector obliterated Roland like you wouldn't believe, so. And although he kept up with Ricky a bit, he definitely lost. All right, let's get Ricky versus Gil. I'm gonna go grab my food real quick, though. Wait, what happened with Blue Archive? I can't even imagine. God, I tell you, a big part of why Discord is so stupid is because like anybody can join, and there's just a lot of idiots out there. All right, I'm back. All right, so last time, I think Gil won, but now we got an actual poll. So we got Gilgamesh versus Ricky, boys. Time to vote. This is the big one, boys. Oh, oh boy, it's close. Yeah, I said it was close, and people were in chat saying it wasn't. They were saying it was a Gil blowout, but Gil's losing, so. My God. Oh, Gil's turning around, though. This is a battle to the death right now. They're tied, 18 to 18. You've only got a few seconds left, chat. A lot of you bastards haven't voted yet. Get in there. Get those votes. You got about 10 seconds, I think. They're tied again. Holy shit, this is so close. Wow. So Gil was losing almost the entire time, but then he started just tying it, and at the end there he won by 2 votes. That is crazy. Well, I guess Gilgamesh is the master of Durandal. That was so tight, though. Chad, I'm eating pizza bagels, and I fixed them in the toaster oven, so they're kind of crunchy. It's kind of great. Gil holding back at the start, yeah. I do like Ricky a lot, but Gil's one of my absolute favorite fake characters, so. I don't think this is the demons. They're casters, I'm pretty sure. Well, this is easy Bazett territory. Oh my God, chat. Armored Core 6 is being made. I'm so excited. Probably not too far off from release either. I think we're getting there. Wait, Orchid has a skin? I didn't even know. Boy, I'd give you some pizza bagels if I could. These, I tell you, pizza bagels in a toaster oven, they're damn good when they maintain some crunch and they're not all mushy. Kind of amazing. Could someone link me this Orchid skin? We'll rate the drip. Not a good opening hand. If he casts Sure Hit, he can't attack. So if I don't kill him here, it's not the end of the world. This Orchid skin. Is this like new on China? Do we have a better quality one? Okay, here we go. This is bigger. All right. Kind of got the picture size wrong, but there we go. It's all right. Cool hat. Probably better than her default. So like, looks like it's orange and black, which is kind of a rare color combo. But yeah, it's all right. I mean, it's not like I like it more than her default, but it's not like Orchid like was my favorite style to begin with. But it's pretty good drip, honestly. I'll probably buy it when they bring it out. Unless I'm saving up and I'm like really low on summons. Yeah, I like the hat. Oh, it's free. Well, that's nice of them. Is it part of an event or something? It's a login event. Anniversary. Oh, I see. All right, cool. Why can't FGO do things, by the way? I don't need her first skill here, but I'm gonna do it just for the NP gain. Yeah, I heard about IS4, obviously. That's my jam. Is the new robot good? I could see a defender robot being good, actually. Bazett things. God, I wish FGO just had half the power of Arknights, dude. I have one feather. Oh boy. Okay, this might be the Hassan part. I thought that was later though. No, no. They got Curse Arm. The middle of Camelot kind of all blends together. I think we're getting somewhat close to Tristan though. Okay, that damage was not very good. I should have done quick because I'd get crit chance that way. What do? Got double crit damage up, but no crit chance up. Yeah, Camelot has a lot of filler battles, absolutely. Also, of fucking course he crit me. I think assassins have a default crit rate of 30%. Bazett is so loud. Okay, we're fighting every Hassan but Curse Arm. I think we fight the 3 next. Let's see, she has insta-death chance, so she's probably the bigger threat. She also can't evade. Oh, this is gonna be good. Will Serenity live? She's gonna be skill sealed, and I think she gets the 2 actions per turn. So I'm pretty doubtful. Especially if I crit her here. Dude, NP5 is just too much. This would be so much more balanced at like NP2. Oh, she dead. Yep, there it is. Skill Seal being useful. Honestly, Skill Seal with Bazett is a legit combo. I need to stop her from evading. If I hit her really hard, she's really likely to evade, but I can't help it. I have to fly towards the light, chat. It's a rainbow chain guaranteed crit with crit up and quick up and attack up. And quick down. Okay, that wasn't actually that good. Hey, look! She's evading! Who would have thought? Wow. Rip David. Wait, doesn't she do buff removal before damage? Although I don't think she has enough damage to actually kill. But you know who does? I could do Bazett's NP, but fuck that. This is like calculated, even though it absolutely isn't. Like David dying and then her coming in and battering into buff removal. Chat, can you feel the power creep? Like, an average account back in the day would not have the ability to beat that stage that easily. Like, when they're at this low level, this little farming. Didn't even summon a friend support. Like, a really prepared account back in the day could do it, sure, but this account's barely done anything. All planned, you're so smart. Yeah, no, I'm so good, guys. Brilliant FGO player. Okay, I don't think it's them yet. I know you fight all 3 of them at some point. This team should still work. It's a lot of cavalry classes. So, Bazett is useless for every major boss fight in Camelot, but she's busted for almost everything else. Because all the major boss fights are night classes. The only one I think she might be okay for is Lancelot. But we'll probably use Creamhilda just to give her a chance to shine. Probably make that a video. Oh yeah, Aussie. Aussie is a major boss fight, honestly. So yeah, she is good for that. I think she's good for that. We'll see. I don't see why she wouldn't be. But some of the demon pillars get weird with alter ego, so she may not be that great. We'll try it when we get there, though. Now, Nito and Aussie she's good for, but that's not a hard boss fight. The hard boss fight's the demon pillar. Well, I guess that depends. I remember when I did on my 1 to 3 star account and 3-star craft essences, I remember actually Nito and Ozzy together was actually really hard. But that was mainly because of the 3-star craft essences. Because I remember then pretty shortly after that, Camelot dropped on NA. And I did 1 to 3 stars on NA. And that account was just more prepared because I'd farmed more on NA. And it was fairly smooth. Like, I had to try, I had to think about it, and I had to take what I learned from the 1 to 3 star account. But I'm pretty sure I did it in one attempt. God, Camelot was really hard on the 1 to 3 star account. Because first off, we had less power creep back then. And I didn't farm much. And the 3-star craft essences are really weak, and that was hard, man. I remember Ozzy, the Demon Pillar, and Lion King. We were stuck on those a bit. Lion King was like 2 streams to beat her, I think. That's the most rewarding, though, it's ever been to beat Lion King. And then, I will say, the co-op account. Lion King was very hard on the co-op account, and that was very satisfying beating her over there. I want to play more of the co-op account. I really like it, but Cairo hasn't played it, so somebody slap him. Because I beat Epic Remnant number 1, so I gotta wait for him to do it. Because that was tough. I want to play the 1 to 3 star account more, but it's like, I know what it entails. I don't want to grail because then people are gonna like discredit it or act like it's not the same thing or whatever. But the thing is, if you don't grail by like the point that we're at, it's just RNG. Like, you just have to do the fight over and over, and you have to find the best setup and then use that setup over and over and over again until it works. And you just get lucky, right? When 3-star craft essences hurt your like damage so fucking much. And then people are like, well, just don't use the 3-star craft essences. But then, like, that account doesn't even have, like, event craft essences. So it doesn't really have that many stand-ins anyway. So it wouldn't make that much of a difference. I mean, it would make some, for sure. Like, K-Scope and all that, it's obviously busted. But, I haven't really played, though, the 1 to 3-star account since the coin system. And, it'd be interesting to see what kind of effect that has on it. Yeah, I might play it again at some point. I'd have to level up Jufu and all that now. I actually did farm on that account some, though. Like, it has a lot of low stars at decent skill ranks and stuff. Yeah, it's missing some stuff for sure. Maybe when the Bazett account is done. Because the Bazett account, it's not one that I need to like do much with. I might keep the Bazett account at a major boss fight at for a while, actually. That we could story support summon on. That's not a terrible idea. I want to get kind of far in it, though. I'd probably want it to be something like in a Lost Belt. Like, what's a really good fight in a later Lost Belt, maybe. I'd say Fluffy, but you can't story support for Fluffy, so there's no testing to be done there. There's Morgan, I guess. That's a very gimmicky fight, though. It's like almost an advanced quest level of gimmicky. Well, it's not quite that gimmicky, but yeah, Lee'd be pretty good, but it kind of would suck to not... No, I want to make a Lee video, so I want to beat it and then make a Mothman video and all that. But I want it to be later than that. Maybe something in Lost Belt 5. Like 5-2. I'd say Demeter, but no story support there either. Luvia is great and all, but that's 5-1. I don't know if that's far enough in that I'd be happy with that. We'll see. There's the second Poseidon fight in the flashback, which that was so fucking random, by the way. That was just filler. That was just like, that was absolute filler because they didn't have enough good content like they could create. But that one's harder. Like, I think that Poseidon fight's actually a bit harder. We'll see. Here's my dream. Is, you know, I have fun on these accounts and play around with different units we don't normally use, and by the time I'm kind of done with that, then they add story replay, right, guys? We've only been waiting 8 years. What really annoys me is Doorman is a terrible boss fight. That it's so easy. It's kind of fun, but it's so fucking easy. That's useless. But what annoys me is they've acknowledged that the player base wants story replay multiple times now. I think they've acknowledged it like 3 or 4 times, but they don't do anything. And I'm like, brah. Like, why do you even bring it up if you're not gonna do it? Actually, I suspect that they actually wanted to do it by now. I don't think that's copium. I think the reason we don't have it by now is I think they really underestimated what was going to happen when they switched to Lizangle. Because if you look at that interview that they did right around there, they specifically said the reason they did it was because like the whole setup they had with DW caused a really bad, inefficient workflow. They said that. And so they did it to try to make the workflow better. But I think they underestimated like all the people quitting and the higher ups changing and all that. I think they underestimated just how much that was going to fuck things up. And so they've actually had a worse workflow. And I think because of that, they haven't been able to do a lot of like bells and whistles that they want to do because they just need to pay their employees better. You know, that's the problem. It's like, if you want to fix this, you got to pay better. I just cannot get over that they were paying so little for so long and they couldn't hire anyone. So instead of paying more, they went after college kids because they would accept lower pay. It's like, that is such a backwards way of doing it. What's the first thing you would do if they added story replay? I don't even know. It's pretty overwhelming, to be honest. There's so many boss fights. I might even use chat's units like we do in Arc Knights. And then chat gets to like pick their unit that I use right from friend support, and then I'll just do a bunch of boss fights that are relative to that unit, right? Or I would be like, it's Geronimo time, and we start at Gwen, and you just work your way up, right? Do you realize how much you'd have to carry Geronimo to do that? By the way. Yeah, I know, Poi. I was talking about that earlier, actually. No, I guess we haven't done chat versus FGO in a while. I still have it. Look, I can turn... Let me make sure it still works, but it should. Give me a second here. Where is it? There it is. All right, I think if I did that right, I think you can click the screen now. I think you have to be on PC. I don't know if they ever updated the extension to make it like work on mobile. I should check. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't start it. Okay, now you can click on the screen. You got a little bit of stream. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, I need to see if there's an update for this that allows mobile users to do it. God, oh my god, some of the chats versus FGO were amazing. I gotta say, like, oh my god, some of the like people kept like clicking stupid shit and they're like the back button and all that. Oh my god, good times, good times. There was that one guy that would always spam click Joan of Arc's flag. That was a thing. Maybe we'll do we could do chat versus Gwen on this account. I don't know if that chat would either just copy my setup or they would just do some insanely stupid shit. I don't even know. Like this account is bad for chat versus FGO because there's so few units, right? Now, if they add story replay, I'll do chat versus FGO all the time because I can just use my main account and we can set weird restrictions or whatever. So, but like on this account, you have so few options. Yeah, I can't believe chat stuck with that. And I remember we didn't do chat versus FGO for a long time, and I didn't say anything, and we came back to it, and chat still picked the Hawaiian shirt. I could not believe that. Because you had all these, like, I figured there'd be a bunch of new people or people that forgot, but nope, they still picked it. And there was that time that chat, what boss fight was it? Chat brought Angra, and then they put Black Grail on Joan of Arc. And then it was a real boss fight, but they won. But it was crazy close. It was Lee's students? Oh my god. Yeah, I remember it just being bullshit close. Yeah, Landling and Horse Bindo actually sounds right. I think that was it. That does sound right. Oh man, yeah, good time. Yeah, we got to do that again. I want story. I want story replay and then hard mode, and I don't want hard mode to be like the super recollection quest. God, this dude. The reason super recollection quests are so stupid is because of Castor Artoria. That's why. It's because the meta supports have gotten so strong. The content has to be that dumb for it to like make the high-end stuff have to work. And even then, it's not that hard for them. That's the thing. It's so bad. Oh yeah, I do remember there was that one time chat like made a mistake or whatever, but it ended up being meta. And it's something to do with taunt. I definitely, it's something to do with taunt. And yeah, I think it was Lee. I think some of chat versus FGO's on YouTube. If you look up Hanako Talks or Hanako Green Talks, you know, my VOD channel, and then look up like chat versus FGO, you should get some of it. Yeah, the main reason I haven't done it is just because like there's no story replay and I don't want to waste the bosses that I can only do once. You know, because I normally make videos on my main and then I stream on my alt, right? So then there's not a lot left to be done. I guess I could use the Hercules account because it beat Fluffy. The Herc account beat Fluffy pretty easily, honestly. That was actually kind of surprising. This might be the demons. Because there's Castor and Assassin. So I remember failing this stage, I think, once on the Steno account, but I doubt this account will have a hard time. No, Serenity's still here. Although, maybe it's Shadow Serenity or something. Whatever, we'll find out. But anyway, back on hard mode. What I would want for hard mode is just for the bosses to just be like a little bit harder, right? Like how challenge mode is in Arknights. You know, if I want a hard mode Gwaine, I don't need Gwaine with 3 million HP, thanks. Like, I really don't need that in my life. And like, there's no fun to be had there, because that generally like suffocates you in the way you have to approach it. So it's garbage for replay value. Because you're pretty much just going to find the thing that works, and that's one of the... You know, you're only going to have so many ways to do it on your main account. Unless you're using meta supports, but at that point, then the meta supports are just carrying so much, the DPS doesn't even matter. So, like, who cares? Oh, yeah, I remember chat sometimes would bet. Oh my god, yeah, we do need to do more chat. See, this is why it's annoying, though, because, like, Arknights gives you a framework to do a lot of fun stuff like this, where FGO just doesn't, right? It'd be so much easier to do that kind of shit if we actually could replay things. We could do Chad versus Kama, but like that's not that great of a boss. I mean, it's like okay boss, but again, it's kind of like an advanced quest. I will do it though if they do story replay. We'll definitely do chat. I won't do it every single stream because some people hate it, but it is something we will do from time to time, like maybe once a week or something. The reason I don't do chat versus Arknights is because Arknights is not turn-based, and it would, I'd have to pause all the time. Like, just all of the time. It'd be so slow. It would be hilarious, though. If you could, like, make it a good edited video where you could cut out a lot of the wait time, it'd be fun to watch the edited video. But actually experiencing it live, I think, would be pretty... oof. If Bazett could kill both of these guys, so this thing would attack multiple times, that would be so good here. Pretty unlikely, though. Crit? Yes. Okay, she might. I think she'll do it now. Because now we get the extra attack. Well, almost got him. He didn't buff, we would have done it. I see the evil one there. Man, when the hell do you fight Serenity and the casters? Maybe that's after Tristan? Because I think we are coming up on Tristan here. Burning Flame 666. That is a pretty edgy name. Not capital B or F, by the way. Wait, are we on the way to... I think we're on the way to the King Hassan bit. And then I think... There must be Serenity around here somewhere. All these Cavalry class stages are so easy with Bazett, though. Oh my god, Poi found chat versus Lee. I like how that VOD has more views than normal, by the way. Like, most VODs, you know, on YouTube are gonna get like 300, 400, maybe 500 views, right? Because most people are just gonna watch on live or on Twitch. But like, that one has absolutely an abnormal amount of views, which I'm not too surprised by. That's funny. Oh, is that the part with the taunt thing? Oh my god. Oh my god, we do need to do that again. What account was that? Like, what is that the Herc account? Like, what? Not can't. Is that NA? Oh my god, that's NA. So I never beat Lee myself on NA then. I didn't even realize that. That's funny. Not that it matters at that point, because I done it on JP, and you know, most of the NA stuff that I like cared about doing was the stuff that I couldn't have done on JP, like when it came out originally. But that's funny. I guess we could use NA for that. I didn't really think about that. Where is my NA account? It's probably in like 5.5 or something. Did I do 5.5? I have no idea. We could do Lost Belt 6, but Lost Belt 6 sucks. Like, there's just so much filler, dude. There's hardly any fights, like... Although I will say, chat versus Fluffy, that should probably happen. Like, that'll be something. Dude, I really should make another Fluffy video. I just cannot be bothered. I just don't care. Like, I should. It'd be good for, like, getting views and helping players out and stuff, but I'm so unmotivated to do that. And I've got this Thinno account at Fluffy, but, like, I'd have to farm for some budget units, skill ranks and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't really want to do that right now. And I could beat the fight as is, but then it wouldn't be as budget friendly, so... Oh, whoops. This is not the final wave. I might be throwing a bit. Well, too late now. Did not even kill that. $86,000. I like how the NP drain counts as a debuff, so she counterattacks them. They don't have... All of their skills are debuffs, so you'll counterattack them no matter what. I should have saved my NP. I mean, I already knew that, but... I don't know if I'll get it in time to still have my buffs. I might. We got a... Art crit here. I wonder if I would have made it more NP gain by doing that quick card. Doesn't matter, we'll get it anyway. Look at that animation update, though. Did they actually draw those particle effects on that attack? I have to look at it again. Every once in a while, they actually draw particle effects, and they look so much better when they do. Yeah, actually, that is the latest animation update in the game, as fucked as that is. Alright, we don't have the attack up, but it should still be good. That's noticeably less, though. Holy shit, the damage. I should have done the Mystic. What? Wow, we may lose. I should have cast the evade. I didn't think he would do that, though. Oh, we are, well, we're not necessarily dead. He'll stop attacking when David dies because of the taunt. Now, theoretically, I will do the most damage if I wait to NP. Bedivere doesn't have an art card. If Bedivere had an art or a quick card, I think I could NP next turn, and his NP up could hit both. I guess I just hit her then. Can she turn this around? Is she the hero we need? This is the first stage since Gwen, though, that we've struggled on. Gwen actually took like 3 tries. That was close. Oh, we still had Tomoe. Alright, not too bad then. Yeah, Tomoe's got this. She's got guts. That David play was actually good, though. Well, Grimhilda's gonna die. Boy, we misplayed this stage. Something fierce. Bedivere never got to NP. She's making good use of that Rin craft essence. Jesus, though. We were just so distracted by his fancy animation update. Chat, I would love if FGO just added this tiny little feature that every time you see a main story node, you see a little percent number, and that's the percentage of players that beat it first try. Because a lot of stages are going to be like, 99% and crap like that. But, every once in a while, you're going to have stages that are just randomly are way lower. That'd be really funny, like on Gwen and things like that, to see what the difference is compared to the normal stuff. Okay, I think this is Serenity and the Demons, which is normally pretty tough, but I think Bazett is just going to make it a complete joke battle. That NP5 is too much for them. Yeah, Fluffy's probably the nastiest one. Especially if you only have the percent count if you didn't use CS or blue cubes. I actually wonder what the percent is then on that. It's probably pretty low. Because it had to be first try. Like, good fucking luck with that. Just go straight into the big damage. Her anti-class is Avenger. Which is not horrible, because a lot of people don't have good ways of counterclassing an Avenger. So, it's alright. Wow. Yeah, I'm telling you, this stage is normally really annoying, because if you want to do good damage to Serenity, you don't do good damage to the the demons, and the demons have a really annoying NP effect. And if you counterclass the demon, you get wrecked by Serenity. But Alter Ego go burr and doesn't care. That is so much power creep. That is straight power creep right there. I don't think I've ever had this stage be so easy on one of my accounts before. Now, if I wanted to, my other accounts could have summoned a friend, Melt. Well, some of them could. And that would have made it really easy too. But, or Passion Lip even, because AoE. But, I normally don't summon, you know, friends for this, and I'm still not doing that. It's just we happen to have an Alter Ego. Absolute joke battle, though. Let's see. I guess we just have Mash take it, and if she gets insta death, I don't really care. It looks kind of funny in shadow form because it's like it looks like more poison. Kind of weird with her not talking. No insta-death. She had one job. Well, Mash just ate every debuff ever, though. Alright, well, Serenity's dead. Unless she triple buffs. One. Oh, I actually need two more. Shit. It's because I have very limited buffs. Well, she triple attacked. Yeah, she actually could have lived there. Well, that was a complete blowout. We might need to save Tristan for next time. Chat, I can't decide what I want the bonus stream to be today. I'm not gonna lie, Super Auto Pets was really, really fun, so I'm tempted to do that, but there's always Elden Ring or Arc Knights. Also, Cluster Truck. That's the thing. Whenever Star Rail comes out, though, we'll play that as a bonus stream. Limbus Company, yeah, right. You know that ain't gonna happen. Alright, where are we in the story here? I think we are really close to Tristan. I think I'm gonna take a quick break, chat. Oh yeah, Kirby. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know what emulator to go with. I gotta set that up. But yeah, once I just figure out what the... Does anyone have any of those emulators? Because I have a 3DS, but I'm certainly not going to stream it. So I'd rather just stream it on emulator. But yeah, what's the good shit? Because I saw there's like 3 3DS emulators that are like popular. But yeah, that needs to be soon. Yeah, I know they're starting to put emulators on Steam. It's kind of weird. I could see that going south pretty quickly. Anyways, chat, I am going to take a break. Citra does the job. Yeah, that's the one I saw, but I saw there's a couple other ones too. I just wanted to run smooth and not like have a bunch of bullshit that you have to set up and be in the way. I want it to look good on stream, obviously. But I'll do that soon. But today we might do... I'm feeling either Super Auto Pets or Arc Knights. Maybe a bit of Arc Knights. Maybe do the special stages a bit. Fuck around with that. But yeah, soon we're gonna do some Star Rail when that comes out, and then like the collab, and then IS3 hopefully. But we'll see about that. Anyways, I'll be back in maybe 20-30 minutes. Probably with Arc Knights. Yeah, I'm thinking Arc Knights. So if you want to watch Arc Knights, like, I don't know, be on the Discord so you can see the notification. But Anyway, I'll be back in like 20 or so minutes. Take care, everybody.